I'm proud to have been the president who brought the White House into the digital age. When I became president, there were just 50 websites on the World Wide Web. Now there are 17 million and almost 50 million households online in the United States alone. Under the leadership of Vice President Gore, we've used information technology to bring government closer to citizens in many ways. But we must do more to ensure that the benefits of the information revolution flows to every American. We must also pay attention to the issues of computer security and the privacy of our records on computers, so that the newest technology doesn't undermine our oldest values. I'll see you online, and thanks for logging on. But those of us in government have a responsibility to use these new tools to expand the reach of democracy and give more people a chance to live their dreams. I'll see you online, and thanks for logging on.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching Crona Lives, aka the CronaCast. This is a production of The Minute Hour. It is a 4-hour live video broadcast made possible by the same people who make The Mighty Lighthouse and Signal Return. featuring music by Droopy McCool, Jammho, Kilroy, Dad, Don Houseebler, Greyscale Peacock, and Spaghetti Squash. Visuals from Jammho, Syphus, Greyscale Peacock, alfwok, Culture, Shat Donson, Jurgen, and additional material from MixedVeggies, Teratoma Jones, Slamity Dan, Quate, Lane, Crumbles, Classic Oz, and Moxie Famous. And now your host, this guy. Wait, I need more music. I need more music. Okay. Just those few moments of physical activity. I'm just gonna take a quick breather. Just a quick. It's been limited physical activity since the lockdown, since the quarantine. This is the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives, aka Live from the Lockdown, aka Crona Time, aka the Crona has come to us. This is a live video broadcast. I'm going to be doing this for 4 hours. I've not done something like this before, but I'm giving it a shot because, we're all stuck in this situation together. And I felt like I have to do my part to ease the boredom of the general public. These gloves fucking suck. They're making my fingers look weird. That's not how my fingers look. That's not how my pinky looks. That's how my pinky looks. I got this little setup. You're this tiny little camera. You can't see yourself because you're a camera. And I don't have a mirror. But you're this tiny little 2-inch camera. It costs $20 on Amazon. Recommended to me by Moxie Famous. Alright. Here's how this is going to go. This is a 4-hour long stream. It's a bit of a friggin' marathon. Most of it is going to be me sitting here at this desk, just talking about random shit, talking about Crona, the Crona crunch, the Crona crap that's going on. There's all kinds of Crona crap going on. I'm also going to be getting calls in occasionally from experts whom I've booked personally. They are experts that I've found over the internet. They have expertise in all kinds of areas. This is an informative broadcast. It's going to be informative. It's going to be light. It's just going to be like hanging out. I came in too hot. I'm still tired. I just need 20 seconds. Okay. All right, I feel better now. I just need to come in a little bit chiller. I was swigging this coffee before I came on, and I'm nervous. I've got the nerves, but they're subsiding. But gold darn, man, I'm freaking, I just gotta switch gears here, turn it into regular mode. I'm over the top. All right, this is the CronaCast. It's gonna be like this. In watching the CronaCast, you will have an opportunity to win the Mighty Lighthouse. Okay, the CronaCast. I am your host. I am the Minute Hour. I am the dude who makes the videos and shit on this channel. But I'm not the only person who is involved in making the show. I am the host. But there's material, visual, written, audio. I think that's all the categories of material. Made by a group of people who I announced most of them at the beginning there. They're the same people who make the Mighty Lighthouse, which is a zine. If you don't know, that's a zine. If you don't know what a zine is, it's this. It's short for magazine. There's a back cover. I got a few burps I gotta get. I got more burps. The zine is put together by like many people, hundreds of people over the course of the 3 volumes that we've made. It's jam-packed with creative writing, with creative drawings and comics and images and all kinds of. Look at this is just one spread. That's just one beautiful spread. You can see that clearly, obviously. The zine, this is volume 3, issue 2 of the zine. We've made so many of these. This one was put together by Moxie Famous. He did the editing, the design, the layout, the printing, the trimming. That's friggin' beautiful. You will have an opportunity to win these. To do that, every half hour, once every hour, on the half hour, I will be selecting 2 winners who will get a free zine, who are eligible to get this holographic, you can't tell, but it's holographic sticker. And, most importantly, a single square of toilet paper. Signed by me. I'll cough into it, get it nice and wet for you, make sure it's unusable. Put this over here. Right here. Oh. You see that? Did that work? All right, so if you want to be eligible for that, you must email your name and address to theminutehour@gmail.com. You got to have the freaking balls, baby, to give me your name and address. It doesn't have to be your full name. It could be first name, last initial. That's usually important for getting mail across. Do that. The first one will be giving away in like 20 minutes, so, send me these emails. I'll be checking my emails during the break. I should have got that up beforehand. Send me emails. I'll pick winners. It's going to be friggin' delightful. All right. I'm still nervous. Oh my God. Okay. I feel good about tonight. So why are we doing this? We're stuck here, man. And I felt like we had to do something. I'm wearing this mask because I don't want to transmit the virus. I'm not, I don't know all the ins and outs of Corona, COVID nonsense. I don't know how I hear it's very transmissible. And truthfully, nobody knows. Nobody knows all the information. So, I'm just being extra cautious. I don't want to get you sick. I read that scientists are trying to digitize the virus. And like they say, oh yeah, this is a good thing. We want to digitize the virus because then we can get our AIs looking at it, getting in there, and we can learn more about it. We can fix this thing 1,000 times quicker. Listen to me, tech scientists. Do not digitize the virus. If I wake up tomorrow and I got a friggin' coronavirus waiting for me in my email, I'm going to be pissed. I'm coming after you, tech scientists, where I know you are. I don't need that. The virus does not need to be emailable. You can already get it through snail mail if the male snail is infected, if the disgusting male snail with their infected mucus gets all over your mail. I'm not touching any of my mail until June, at least. But even that I'm worried about because, it's like if I wait until June and I open up the mailbox, I'm like, is that going to set off a corona bomb in my neighborhood? Restart this whole process? You can't win. You can't win with this virus. It's a pain. It's a pain in the tuchus. They're canceling all kinds of events. They're canceling everything. They're canceling sports. They can't, there was a long list of cancellations and they sort of shuttered them out. I didn't see the scope of it at first. First, they closed down the bingo halls, and I said nothing, for I was not a bingo player. Then they shut down I can't think of any other places where old people congregate. But, the point is, I said nothing. I say nothing. I still say nothing because, they're closing down lots of places, but I'm sort of a shut-in. It's not really affecting me yet. I don't do my drinking at the bar. I do my drinking right at home. And I'm okay with that. The one area where it has been affecting me is the sex trade. I like to have a different whore every night in my bed. I like to have waiting for me a different whore. A different hole every night is my motto. But I haven't been able to do that under these conditions because it's not sanitary. It's not... Yeah. We're going to be doing so many things in this show today. It's not going to be just me talking. It's going to be a lot of that. But something else that's going to be happening is experts are going to be calling in, like I mentioned. I've booked all these experts. The first expert's going to be calling in any moment. He's a wellness advisor. His name is Trevor Lovenut Gennedy. And this guy's very interesting. I talked to him for a little bit yesterday, and he's got so many different ways to approach this problem, so many different solutions, and that's what I'm all about. I'm all about solutions, Everyone's upset, everyone's panicking. We got to think about how to deal with this. One solution at a time. Small and mighty. But yes, this expert, Trevor Lovenut Gennedy, will be calling in any moment. We'll be speaking to him. This is him. I know it.
Call from
Lovenut.
To accept, press 1.
Trevor Lovenut Gennedy. Sorry, I gave you a doctor title there, which is putting a lot of pressure on you. How are you today?
Hello and namaste. I'm doing great, and legally I cannot call myself a doctor, but I appreciate the sentiment. I really do.
To me, it's just, I talked to you for a little bit yesterday, and even though you're not qualified as a doctor, you haven't gone to medical school, you gave off that aura of just like a knowledge.
Yeah, I would really see myself as more of a shaman, perhaps, or a wandering medicine man. I'm a Live Love Healthcraft representative, and my goal is to bring supplements and wellness to people who are suffering from what medical science would refer to as incurable diseases, or a dis-ease, as we prefer to call them.
And that's very pressing in these times, as this incurable disease is wreaking havoc across the world.
Oh, of course. And, we here at Live Love find these times like these are the best time to provide these remedies, and get the word out there. The idea that medical science doesn't necessarily have all the answers, and that sometimes it's better to take a different track, think outside the box with regards to these sort of issues.
Hey, I like where you're talking. You're talking solutions, all right? And that's my ballpark. Outside the box, I like that. What do you have for us? How are you treating people?
Well, all right. Well, so let's take a step back for a minute and think about what we know of corona, of this virus. We know that it's a respiratory infection, but that's a given. But what we also know is the location from where it came, and I'm not speaking geographically, I'm speaking in terms of biologically. What animal did corona come from?
Bats. I know this one. It's bats.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so when you start thinking about it that way, and you look in nature at the relationship between bats and corona, it's much different than the relationship we have with it right now. The virus and the mammal almost live in a sort of beautiful symbiosis. They complement one another, and that's why in nature you rarely see things like pandemics or quarantines, just because nature finds a way to work with itself.
That's interesting. So for bats, the disease is good.
Absolutely. I would say it's mutually beneficial. The virus has a place where it can live and spread, and the bat has a disincentive to be consumed or messed with. It's unfortunately, as is often the case, we did not take into consideration before dealing with these beautiful animals.
So where does that take us then?
Well, where that takes us is that if we want to deal with the disease and get through this in a wholesome and well way, when in the adversarial, let's kill the virus track hasn't worked, we have to change ourselves to become more like an environment where the virus is capable of existing peacefully, which is to say we need to then make ourselves become more like a bat.
And how do you do that?
Well, there's a number of ways. The most obvious way is to turn off all of your lights, try and navigate with as little height as possible. But those are things you can do at home. What I'm here to talk about are things that we can provide through the Live Love Healthcraft company. And so I have two products I'd like to talk about now. First of all, there is a herbal supplement regimen that we provide. And what that's made of is a mixture of ma huang, Chinese butterfly fungus, castor oil, a few other bits and bobs. And through taking this regimen of supplements, it will loosen the sphincter muscles. It'll sort of fill the gastral cavity with more water. And what that ultimately does is it provides a looser, more guano-like excretion, if you will.
And this will aid in those who have coronavirus because that is more bat-like?
Absolutely, 100%. And that's one of the ways in which you cannot, without these supplements or these products, be able to change yourself very easily. And of course, the ingredients are all natural and organic, which means they're perfectly safe. So this is not something we'd recommend trying with your standard pharmaceutical company, big pharma style laxatives and stool softeners.
You know, Trevor, I gotta say, just hearing that first product, this is very outside the box. This is very outside the box.
Well, these are challenging times, and I think it serves people well to think of other ways of doing this. And, it's not just this situation with this virus. There's all of these so-called germs out there, but what you have to understand is these are animals too. These are living, breathing creatures with souls in some cases. And if we were willing to have a dialogue, really talk to some of these creatures, these beautiful, beautiful entities, we might be able to mutually benefit one another. Things like no one's even tried to sit down and talk to rabies, but that's a great candidate for something that could be talked to and reasoned with, perhaps.
Is that something that you seek to do in your private studies? You try to speak to germs?
On occasion. Well, I usually leave that to the spirit scientists over at Live Love. I'm out on the field. I'm more of a light bringer, whereas they're more of a light finder, if you will.
All right. This is very interesting. This is a very holistic approach, it sounds like. It's not about killing. It's about working together. It's taking what you got. I like this.
Yeah, and the other one I'd want to talk about very briefly, because I know there's a timetable, but when you think of bats, you think of the dark, you think of guano. What is the biggest thing you think of when it comes to bats?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
What is the most obvious feature of a bat?
Wings.
Exactly. And humans, of course, do not have wings, not yet anyway. But there is something you can do to approximate wings to once again make the virus feel more at home and less destructive. And what that is we have a number of weighted body clamps that you attach to the loose skin underneath your arms, and those progress in weight. And over the course of 2 to 3 months, you'll be using those alongside a number of exercises to stretch that in the same proud cultural tradition that was innovated in the American West Coast with their earlobe stretching. It's a very similar idea, very similar effect, and very capable. And when you do that, you are once again providing a bat-like similarity to your body that you could not otherwise be doing with over-the-counter big pharma-style remedies, it's quote-unquote.
Trevor, Mr. Gennedy, I just want to ask you one more question before you leave. These are all very, very interesting solutions, very alternative, very alternative. Have you tested them out, and what is the success rate for those who you have tested this on?
Well, everyone who has written back has expressed nothing but gratitude and absolute positivity towards these responses. As to those people who don't write back, I can't speak for them, but, I'm assuming everything went well.
Sounds fair to me. All right, thank you so much for calling in, Trevor, Lovenut Gennedy. Appreciate your call.
Thank you for having me.
Interesting guy. His area of expertise is so foreign to me, I was grappling with that. I was grasping, for a man to become a bat, to work with the disease. It could be brilliant. It could be brilliant. It could be big. It could be what saves us all. Who am I to say? I don't know. I don't know what's going to save us. All right. Moving right along, we have another person who's going to be calling in soon. Someone from our Discord server, the Discord server, which is where the zine is produced and signal return. This is someone who is sick now. A real-life sick person in these times. Experiencing the whole paradigm of Corona through the actual sick eyes. So this is what's going to be called primary information, all right? With all the news media, all the headlines and the clickbait and the clickety-clack, all that shit, that's all secondary information. That's all, hey, this is a report on a report. We heard from this guy who talked to this guy who had a vlog over here. We're going to be going straight to the source, straight to a patient. And she'll be calling any moment now. It's important not to get too worked up in these times, these Corona times. Sure, a lot of crazy shit seems to be happening, but just forget about it. Just ignore it. Just ignore all the crazy shit. Just pretend that right now, this is the only thing going on. You're right there. I'm right here. You're this teeny little camera. I look like your boss. I look like you're at the child factory, at the Chinese labor camp. You do the work. That was a Chinese accent. That was a Chinese accent. Mermaid, she's not calling in, and I'm actually Okay, I got some bad news, actually. It turns out that Mermaid, our next scheduled caller, who is sick, turns out she was sick, and she is dead now. Mermaid, rest in peace. So sorry you couldn't call. You know, I wish things could have worked out, but you died.
Oh fuck, not this shit again.
This program was made possible in part by contributions from
the East Levy Military-Industrial Complex,
who strongly advises our listeners to stay inside where they are safe and stay devoted to our fine country.
What language was that? That wasn't English. What are they trying to pull, huh? Come on, be serious. All right, it's the half-hour mark, and so you know what that means. It's time for a motherfucking scene giveaway! Shit! You're gonna get this! Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Alright, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? I've been getting mad emails. I'm not even looking. I'm just picking a random one. There's so freaking many. Ah, there's too many. This guy. Colton P. You're gonna get this, Colton P. Proof, baby. I'm gonna fill it out right now. The proof is in the pudding. Colton P, you're gonna get this! I almost showed your address to the camera, Colton P. Oh! And you're gonna get this? Worth its weight in gold? I guess that's a signature. I'll lick it later. One more person? Who's it gonna be? Tiara W. You're gonna get this. I'll prove it. Okay, TRW, when you send someone an address, you gotta format it, man. You gotta format it. I don't know what this is. I'm trying my best. Is that the freaking... See, now I gotta look up your address. Now I gotta look up your address to see what it actually is. And while I do that, I'm gonna look at your house on Google Street. Alright, TRW, you're gonna get this. I don't have my tactile sense with these gold darn gloves. Do not use this. Do not use this on your butt. You'll get a disease. The butt is the best transmitter. It's like the butthole. The butthole is like the little coolant vent on the Death Star that Luke sent the proton blasts or whatever. That's what the butthole is for disease. If they made Osmosis Jones again, if I made Osmosis Jones, they would have started at the butthole. Because that's the, it's warm. There's a lot of waste. It's just a good environment for bad things. Okay. That was the zine giveaway. We did it. There are 2 zines now. 2 zines going to TRW and Colton P. One's in Canada, one's in... I guess I shouldn't announce where they are. Whatever. They're in different places. That's my point. all over the world. Oh! Started into my Corona. They didn't have any Corona Extra. It was all Corona Light. Bummed me out, man. Man. It's fun, though. How's the stream doing? I'm not looking at the YouTube chat. 289 viewers. That's pretty good. I'm not looking at the YouTube chat. Sorry, guys. I'm like, look at me. I'm struggling. I'm struggling enough to just talk by myself in a room. You would think that this is an easy thing. But in fact, look at me. Look at the struggle. Putting together a whole sentence from beginning to end, a whole thought, and not... I can't. I can't do it. I won't do it. I'm working on it, is what I mean. All right, that was the giveaway. When you hear that music again, you see this logo that's up there? That's by alfwok. That means that the giveaway is happening. There's a fucking jillion emails. I really did not think there was going to be very many. So, good luck. Good luck. I'm picking randomly, but good luck. Okay, another thing I want to do, something that's been a problem that's been arising with the Corona situation has been a lack of access to tests, proper testing. There's a lot of talk about, where the tests are going, who the tests are available for. Some problems there. It's not widely available. So because, I couldn't get access to a test, being just a normal buffoon, a normal idiot, a normal everyday idiot like myself, I don't deserve a test. But I do think, I'm worried. I'm worried that I might have the illness. So we looked online for a little bit, and we found some homemade solutions, some custom Corona tests. We sort of mixed and matched, pulled a couple different things from a couple different tests, but it should be accurate. I think it will be accurate. But let me start that. Well, actually, before I start, I just wanted to show you this little video. Sorry to set up that whole thing, and now I'm going to show you this video. But just watch. This is just a fun little video. It's relevant. I just like that video. I like how much they enjoy hurting that man. That rude, sneezing, ill man. Okay, so for the custom Corona test, I was supposed to have pH strips, to be honest. That was a big part of the test, so I needed pH strips. I went to CVS today. They don't have pH strips. Okay? I asked them, they asked me what pH, they're like, what's pH strip? Fucking dudes! You gotta know this! You gotta know this! They didn't have pH strips, so I got the next best thing. Ketone test strips. costs $12. Okay. Oh. You do the ears, and the nose, the nostrils, and then you just floss your teeth for the last part with it. Okay, and we're done. That's the first part. That's the first part of the custom Crona test. It's gonna take a few. It's gonna take a few minutes for that to get all. It's going to take a few hours, actually. We'll come back to that at the end. Later in the show, we're going to finish off the test with another... There's a written portion, which I'm not excited for because I didn't study. But that's the beginning of the Crona test. These are ketone strips. They say for in vitro use only. But what do these guys know? They're just trying to make a buck. They're just trying to say, yeah, you can't test for Crona with this. You got to buy our special Crona test. I looked online, and that's going to do just fine. It's not pH strip like I wanted, but it's a strip. It's a testing strip, and we're doing a test. So I rest my case. All right. So, doing the test, that's part of relieving stress because I want to know. I want to know. I want to have some relief from this feeling. There's this overbearing feeling that everyone has that you've got the illness, you're a carrier, stay away from me. I just want to know for my own personal benefit. Another way I like to take the edge off is something called CronaYoga. CronaYoga. Okay. I'm going to just lead you all in a session of CronaYoga. It's very simple. Anyone can do it. Please do it along with me, so you'll get the full effect. Okay. We start with our hands together, and we pray to God that we don't get the illness. We thank our yoga God for sparing us from his corona wrath. And we do not question the way that our yoga God has handled this whole situation. You, yoga God, have decided, because you are mighty and because you are wise, that you're going to take care of this however you want. You're doing what needs to happen. And we thank you. We thank you for doing that, and we thank you for leaving us out of it entirely. In your yoga name we pray. Okay, that's just a brief message to your yoga God. Your yoga God can be whoever you want. Whoever's going to be the most effective God for you. It can be like a car. It can be a big statue that moves. Whatever you want. Okay. Now that we've paid respect to our yoga God, we can enter the yoga zone. Keeping your hands together, I want you to take a deep breath. And as you exhale slowly, you can start to feel some of the worry rolling off your shoulders. And if you don't feel it, you can literally roll your shoulders so you do feel it. Alright, now we're going to start with the Corona pose, which is a C, like this. And inhale. Other side. Now you want to make a very, very sharp C, like this. Sharp, so it's like pincers. Like you're pincing the corona. You're killing it. You're killing it. And inhale. this next pose, this is a whole movement, a whole motion. This is called the symptomless phase. It's about reaching out. It's about reaching all around you. You bring it back. The symptomless phase. It's about reaching. It's about touching. It's about touching everything. And you bring it back. Okay. This next pose is called presenting. To do it, you want to square up your feet with your shoulders like this. Bring your shoulders up to your ears like this. Hunch over like this. Bring your right arm across your body, over your mouth, and you just do that until you get a little dizzy. Okay, we're almost done. The final yoga pose. This is the final Corona pose. You're not going to be able to see it. It's on the floor down here. But it requires putting your body flat like this, on the floor, face down. And you don't want to breathe in this pose. That's important. And that's CronaYoga. That's the way the CronaYoga goes. Oh. It's relaxing and tiring. How many things are like that? Okay. We're moving on to something else now. You can, if you would like, as an audience member, call into the show. Let me get this right. Okay? I'm about to put the number up. It's right here. Do you see that? That's the call-in number. You can barely see it. It's 518-288-7938. Any audience member may call into the show, discuss whatever you'd like. Doesn't have to be Corona-related. I'm here to take your call, listen to you, figure out what's going on. Maybe tell you what you want to hear, maybe tell you what you don't want to hear. I'll determine what you're capable of hearing. Instantly, I'll size you up. 518-288-7938. There's a call. Wait.
Call from
Tyler.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Tyler, you are on the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives. How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm just trying to, live my life.
I hear you.
Things are all friggin' screwy.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm working in downtown Austin. I'm doing security, and it is like a bad movie down there.
Dude, what? Tell me something. What's been happening?
All right, well, let me tell you what. There is a population of crazy people in Austin. They're a little crazier than your usual crazy. They go out and they do all kinds of strange new drugs and stuff, and let me tell you, they're not getting their drugs, they're not getting their food. So everyone I see out in the streets, they're broken, they're violent, they're crazy. It's like a zombie movie.
God damn. So you're saying that the drug economy, along with the regular economy, has stalled?
Indeed. It turns out there's a trickle-down economics even in the drugs and illegal services.
How does that work? I mean, the druggies don't have money anymore? They lost their job? The druggies aren't non-essential workers? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know, that's the thing. I believe they are essential workers to their clients, but they're just very simply not showing up with their social distancing. I work in a large building. There's a lot of entities in the building. Normally, it's bustling with people 24/7. But it's empty now. And I gotta say, it's kind of weird. I could be isolated in my home. I could be isolated in nature, but it's a little strange in the building like this. But even the little brown van that I see everybody buying their drugs from hasn't shown up here lately.
It's affecting every aspect of life.
It is.
What do you think?
It really
is this going to go on for how long? I mean, when did you start noticing that the druggies were not doing their scheduled pickups?
Well, I'd say last week the tourists officially left over the weekend. Anyone remaining on Monday and Tuesday were promptly kicked out by their hotels. And, these people were the source of income for these folks I'm talking about now. They're referred to as transients. They're basically those who choose to live in the tourist district because they can get free food from restaurants. Even if they're not giving it out, there's fresh food in dumpsters from all the tourists, and there's lots of money for drugs. And now that this place that's almost always pulsing with life is completely gone, it's dead. So when I came in on Monday, there were a few people that were jonesing. People that were normally very docile, people that would talk to me about what they read in the newspaper. As I just kind of stood there and let them say whatever they got to say, they're going crazy. And it got worse and worse. I'd say by Tuesday, most of the city was jonesing. Everybody was having withdrawals. And now they're pulling on doors, even though they know doors are locked. They're walking to establishments with all the lights off and boarded up windows and still expecting the doors to open. It hasn't set in. And they are in a new world whenever they enter our world. They choose to spend their time in the realm of intoxication and drugs and all of that, wherever they go.
Which is wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask you, you said you're in security. What sort of security measures, what sort of personal security measures do you have for yourself? Are you packing?
Well, that's an interesting thing. Being down in Texas, you want to reckon everybody's packing. But personally, when I'm on duty, I'm not allowed to, in effect, pack. I am allowed to.
The citizens are packed and the security guards are not?
Yeah. I'm allowed to pack when I'm going to my car, when I'm in my car, and I can leave it in my locker. But the type of security I am in Texas, which is interesting because Texas knows that citizens are armed. Mm-hmm. So they won't let anyone just be a security guard. They put you through to be a security officer. You have to go through a state class. You got to get licensed. It's a whole ordeal. So
not knowing much about this, it sounds like you're a bit fucked at your job. At your job, you're much more fucked. You're guarding an area, so you're a target, and you have not the means to protect yourself.
Yeah, that's the case. I have a utility tool, which is a nice way of saying I've got a big-ass pocket knife. Got a, active self-protection baton, but I haven't gotten my paperwork saying I'm allowed to use it, so that's gone. But I got a real bright flashlight. I guess I can,
just
I can blind them a little.
Shine it on them. The crackheads don't like light. Light is like I don't want to get into it too much, but hey, it was a great talking with you. I gotta take another call real quick. Thanks for calling in.
And remember, some crackheads do like the light. You can lead them like a moth if they're on things like other than crack, like PCP.
If you use the light to guide them, I see.
The more you know. If they take their clothes off, they're on that heavy shit, they're a moth. You can use the light.
All right. Thank you very much for calling in, sir. That was informative. That was good. That was, I'm going a little long. I'm going a little long here, so I'm I'm not going to take this call that's coming in. Thank everyone for calling. I'm getting a shit ton of calls. I'm now turning this on Do Not Disturb. Jesus. We're going to be taking a quick break. Once I figure out, yes. A quick break. Indeed. Please don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, caller. This is Randy getting Randy. You are on the air.
Hey, Randy. My name is Felix Anderson. I just went to the store looking for hand sanitizer, and the shelves are totally empty. How do I make hand sanitizer at home?
Hey, Felix. Awesome question. It depends on what you have at home. Do you have any isopropyl alcohol in the house?
What?
Rubbing alcohol or wood alcohol, anything for cleaning wounds or electrical devices.
Oh, no. I don't keep that kind of stuff in the house. Should I go out and get those?
No, that's fine. There are plenty of other options. Besides, you probably couldn't find any of that stuff in the stores anyway. Do you have anything pungent or sour in the house? Maybe lemon juice or vinegar?
Let me see. Nah, no luck. No vinegar, no lemon juice, no lemons, no oranges. Nothing.
Okay. This is a challenge, but that's what I'm here for. So tell me, Felix, do you have any detergent in the house?
Nah.
Bleach?
Don't think so.
Dryer sheets?
I would if I had a dryer.
Hand soap?
No dice.
You don't have hand soap. You're living in a quarantine and you don't have hand soap, a functioning dryer, or a citrus fruit anywhere in the house.
Randy, I didn't call in order to get told what I already know. I know I bungled this quarantine. I know I don't keep my house clean. And I know that I'm in desperate need of something to keep myself safe. So if you could just put aside your judgment for a moment and help me out, I'd really appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Felix. You're right. I'm here to help you, first and foremost. So let's try this again, from the top. Felix, what do you have in your house?
Well, let's see. I've got a pressure cooker, fertilizer, ammonia, a spark plug, and steel ball bearings.
Okay, we are back. That was just a brief clip from a another show on our channel, our radio station. I'm working my way through the Coronas. I got my second one queued up. It's helping me relax a bit. Because this is a chill stream. I want to be chill, you know? I don't want to raise anybody's anxiety. We're just here to have a good time. We're here to talk about Corona, it's this thing that's going on, you know? This is a segment I wanted to do. Oh, I almost forgot. Since Mermaid died, that's one of the stats, a big stat that people are looking at, the total number of people who have died, the total number of infected people. We're seeing these stats every day. There's new Corona stats. They're coming at us from all angles. It's the thing with statistics. It is, that's what it's good at. It's good at looking at all the different variables, the different ways, trying to discern where the correlations are, you know? Statistics. Anyway, I've got some very rare Corona stats right here. They're coming in. They're coming in all the time. These are the sort of stats that you're not going to hear about on the mainstream media. You're not going to even hear about it on the alternative media. You're not going to hear about it on Twitter, any of that garbage. You're only going to hear it right here. This is a rare, ultra rare Corona stat. And it's very interesting. And actually, Corona Stats does have some theme music. Right? Stats. Here's a Corona stat. This one's very interesting. Approximately 40% of those infected with the coronavirus say they have what they consider a backyard. And 32% of those people have what they consider a grill in their backyard. This is the interesting statistic here. Of those people who both have a grill, in a yard and coronavirus in their bodies, for those people, only 5% hold what they consider cookouts. Okay, you know what? With my friends, me and my friends, that number is 100%. It's 100%. We have grills, we have backyards, and we hold cookouts. Okay, so this 5% number is very that's why it really shines. It stands out to me. There's something there, because the government, the federal man and the state man with the pins, they're telling us that we can't have cookouts. They're saying because that's a gathering and that's dangerous. But what I'm seeing is that the data doesn't bear that out. The data seems to tell me, that this is a disease, it's a discerning disease, and it seems to target those who have grills in backyards and don't hold cookouts. Disproportionately so, in fact. So, I just say, look at the data, listen to the science, and fire up that barbecue, baby, because I'm bringing the boys over. All right, that's Corona stats. That's one Corona stat. We'll come back and do a few more Corona stats. Let me We've got an expert who's going to be calling in any moment now. Like I said, we've got experts who are calling in throughout the show. They've got experts from all different fields. We're going to be learning all sorts of different things. This expert is an actual doctor. I mistakenly called the first expert a doctor when that man was in fact a shaman, which is sort of like a doctor that, I don't want to discredit him. I was about to make a sort of discrediting remark, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because that man said some interesting things, and, But this doctor coming up is a real doctor. He's got accreditation. He's got a degree, I believe. He's going to be calling in, telling us about his version of how he treats patients who are presenting with coronavirus. He'll be calling in any second now. I'm going to drink beer until he calls.
Dr. Quate.
Dr. Quate, you are on the CronaCast, a.k.a. Crona Lives. How are you today?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely, of course. Maybe you could start off by letting us know a little bit about yourself, your expertise.
Yeah, so I'm the founder and head scientist at the Medical School of American Samoa. It is an all-online hospital. And I've come to call. I've called today just to let you know that we've just.
I'm sorry, just to interrupt. What you said, an online hospital?
That's correct. It's an all online hospital and university.
And how? I mean, that sounds groundbreaking. How does that work? An online hospital?
Well, it's kind of complicated. There's lots of machinery, electrons, all sorts of websites involved, like techno jargon and microbabble and stuff like that.
Okay, I understand.
I don't think I could explain it in even 5 minutes, let alone 10.
Well, it sounds interesting. I would like to visit the website at some point. But you said you're from American Samoa.
That's correct. Well, I'm actually from New Jersey, but I live currently in New Jersey, but I am the head doctor at the University and Medical School of American Samoa. Yes.
All right, that's great. So tell us, how are you as a doctor of an online hospital, how are you treating people who are presenting with COVID-19?
Yeah, it's just this greatest tragedy, but I have some good news because we've been conducting a lot of clinical trials, all above board, and we've made some amazing breakthroughs, actually. We've discovered, actually, this is the first time you're going to hear this, so this is breaking news. We've discovered a treatment option that has, get this, check this out, 100% efficacy. 100% of people.
100%. That's
every
perfect.
single person.
How many people have undergone this test?
Currently 1, but we're on our way to numbers like 5 and 10, maybe even 100 if it grows at the same rate the virus does.
Amazing. All right. Well, that's so still in the preliminary phases in some regards, but you're finding.
I'm very hopeful.
Very good. So explain to us more. What are you recommending?
Well, so get this. You're gonna call me crazy. You're gonna be like, Dr. Quate, you've gone nuts. But I'm gonna tell you, 100%. It's hard to argue. You know what I mean? It's hard to argue with 100% efficacy. So we've discovered that microdosing meth will cure the coronavirus completely.
Meth?
100%.
Meth?
That methamphetamine, yes.
Like the drug that is on the street that has wreaked havoc in the Midwest and other places?
Yep, as seen on Breaking Bad, that very same methamphetamine is what is curing the coronavirus, COVID-19.
Okay, tell me about that then. How did you come to this? What made you decide to start this trial?
Well, to be quite honest, I'm going to be very blunt here. It was a publicity stunt. I was thinking,
Really?
how can I get more people to, visit the online university and hospital of American Samoa? Because, the patients have been pouring in, but we need more, talent. We need more scientists. And I thought, no better way than a publicity stunt. So I started treating my patients, starting with a moderate amount of methamphetamine. We started with 1 rock a day, and unfortunately the first patient died. But once we got the kind of, I would call it the correct amount, the correct micro dose, we started seeing results immediately.
How do you microdose meth? I mean, it's just you smoke it. Do you just smoke just a speck, just a dusting?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, if you go to any crackhead on the street and they're going to tell you, you don't microdose. You go big or go home.
That's what I've heard.
The way that I'm sure it's what you've been told. But the conventional wisdom here is wrong. What you do is you take a moderate to small sized rock, scante, and crush it up. Take the back of a hammer or maybe the skull of somebody you hate. You just take something kind of hard, you crush it up real good, put it in a mortar and pestle for about 15 minutes. When you take just the smallest little grain, I think currently we're at numbers around 753 micrograms, and snort it. Do this every 15 minutes. The virus we see completely fades away. And now I have some, there are other side effects too, all positive. And I actually sent some in. I believe you have them. They are portraits, self-portraits made by some of my patients, actually.
Let me pull those up.
Just amazing work being done. And what you can see from these pictures is a wonderful artistic progression made by these poor patients who have developed this very, very disgusting.
What do you mean? What do you mean progression? I mean, what I'm seeing here are 4 very odd portraits.
Actually, these were all made by the same artist at various levels of the microdose. So, for example, I'm watching the stream currently. The bottom left was the very first. As you can see, it's more rugged. It's a little bit of a leaner look. Whereas the topmost picture, top left picture, is the final product after a successful 1 week of microdosing, which eradicated 100% of that patient's coronavirus.
So this is a side effect that you've noticed that the people who are microdosing meth, they also become more creative, more artistic?
Yeah, they're living their life to the fullest.
Do you also find that they become addicted to meth?
Well, it's too early to tell, but I would prefer if you don't call it an addiction rather than, well, it's just like any other medicine. You're prescribed this medicine. So, would I say that you're addicted to Prilosec? Would I say that you're addicted to Viagra? No. These are things that you prescribe people.
You might be addicted to like pain pills, though, like more recreational drugs. I mean, the ones that you listed, it would be odd for someone to be addicted to Viagra because you can there's only one use for Viagra.
Have you ever taken Viagra? I mean,
no.
Yeah, well, I have, and it sure is addictive. So.
Well, Dr. Quate, this is very, very interesting. I mean, it's outside the box, I'll tell you that. I talked to a wellness expert earlier, and he told me some pretty strange solutions to this COVID problem.
Oh, well, I mean, pseudoscience is, I was listening to that, and I've got to say, I don't want to disparage your callers, so I'll tread lightly here, but pseudoscience really gets my gears. When they're not following the scientific method, espousing kind of just folk cures. I'm out on the front lines of the internet on American Samoa Online Hospital and University doing good work with my microdosing meth regime. And, we got the wellness experts saying, do this and that.
Oh, for me, for this show, it's all about just getting different perspectives. So I appreciate you giving us your perspective on that. With that, I'm going to have to take this call to a close. Thank you so much for calling in, Dr. Quate, giving us your expertise. This is a very interesting methodology to your work here.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Sorry, did
thank
you just...
Okay,
thanks. Did you just take something?
Yes. I have the coronavirus, so I've been doing a little bit of microdose myself.
Oh, all right.
Yeah!
I'm going to leave you to that, Dr. Quate.
Thank you.
You have a great day. Oh, boy. It happens. Sometimes a man, he looks at a rock and he says, I'm going to smoke that. With that, here's a video from a in-the-field correspondent. Of course, not in the actual field because the fields are covered in coronavirus right now, in his home, giving us just a brief lesson, sort of crafts lesson. Enjoy.
Hello there. Welcome. I'm Simon, but you can call me Syphus. So today I'm going to be talking about a couple things to help keep you occupied, entertained, and alive in quarantine. So I figured we'd start with something that's a little bit of fun. So we're going to start off with the craft. And I got the idea for this the other day when I was at the store. I was getting some food and supplies, and I needed bleach. I needed a lot of bleach. And luckily for me, they had these great big 2-gallon jugs of bleach, but they only had one left, one on the shelf, and I'm going to get it. I know where it is. I come often to get bleach, so I know where to find it. But as I'm going to get it, this withered old lady walks up, and she looks at me, and she looks at the bleach, and she sees me looking at the bleach. She knows that I need it, but she doesn't care. She just walks right up, grabs it, sticks it in her cart, and walks away. So, now what am I supposed to do? I don't have any bleach. So I know a lot of people have been having problems like this. So I figured the craft today would focus on this. So we're going to do something that's not only fun, but it's also practical, and it might help you out. And it's something that you can do right at home. Let's get started. So first of all, you're going to need a little piece of scrap metal. And what I've got here is part of an old hacksaw blade. It can be anything. It doesn't have to be part of an old hacksaw blade. You might have one lying around. You might not. So it can be a piece of an old tin can. It can be, whatever you've got on hand. So now we're going to take a couple of pliers, and we're just gonna take this and do some basic shaping on the tip. You just want a rough shape. Doesn't have to be great. We're not making art, we're making a tool. So, you know what? I'd say that right there. It's probably going to do us fine. So we can take that. Set these aside, we won't be needing those. And grab a file. And just take this and put a slight bevel on that edge right there. Doesn't have to be perfect, just has to work. So don't worry about it being pretty. We'll be fine. I'm doing this with a file, just to show you that you can, because everybody's got a file lying around at home. But if you wanted to speed this up, you could use an angle grinder, a belt sander, a die grinder, but it's not necessary. It's pretty quick. So, that right there is good enough. Probably took 30 seconds. So, it's not hard. I'll take that. It's good to go. And next we're going to grab a short length of PVC. And bit of tape. That's all. Get this tape going. And we're just going to tape those two together. Liberal amount of tape. I want it to stay on there. Well, that looks pretty good to me. I'd say that's done. That was quick, easy. Let's see how it works. So, as we can see, next time someone tries taking something that you need at the store, you'll be prepared. And this is your own project, so you don't need to do it the same. You can do it however you want. It's your own little project. It's your own piece. So, I have a couple other ones I made. You can really use anything. Some driveway markers and part of an old rasp. Bit of copper pipe and part of an old lawnmower blade. A masonry nail and a length of a broom handle. And those are all going to work just fine. So really, you can use anything. You can go anywhere you want with it and just have fun. I'll see you next time.
And we're back. And we're back. That was Syphus, our in the home correspondent, giving us a little tip about surviving out there. All right? That's important. You know, I don't want to be a fearmonger. I don't want to say everything's going to go all Mad Max all of a sudden, but you should have a gun. I will say you should have a gun. You should own a gun. I have a gun in the family and not one in the house yet. It makes me crazy. It makes me wacky that I don't have a gun here. I mean, I would be more crazy, I think, if I did have a gun here, because I would always be thinking about that fucking gun, you know? I'd be like, oh, I got that fucking gun. Like, that would be the solution to so many... That's like the ultimate solution to any problem. It's like, wait a second, I got my fucking gun. I could just use my fucking gun. That's an idea. Like, if there's a line at the bank, just use your gun. Just use your gun to get to the front, you know? And if I had a gun, I wouldn't have a holster either, okay? I would just always be holding it down at my side. And I'd just, like, casually point, like, people ask me for directions. I'd be like, this is down that way. It's just over there. I'd be like, I don't know. Anyway, this is supposed to be a segment called Audience Telegrams, where I read telegrams from the audience. Now, they're sort of from the audience. They're from the Discord audience, which is the people who make The Mighty Lighthouse and Signal Return, all that. These are things they've sent in to me. You can send me your own audience telegram that I may perhaps read. Email it to this, theminutehour@gmail.com. I'll try. I'll look. I'm getting a lot of friggin' emails for the zines, which is great. Love it. Making it a bit difficult to parse things out. All right. I'm I'm teching all this shit. But anyway, I'll read one real quickly before we take another break. Here's one. I just want to make this absolutely clear to everyone listening that not under any circumstances will the National Novelty Toilet Paper Museum be opening its doors to the general public. We're not going to flush the history of novelty aficionada down the toilet just because you're too afraid to splash a little bit of water on your ass. I myself have a sizable portion of my personal collection on loan to the museum, and I refuse to let hysteria claim what I've spent a lifetime building. Just to be clear, I wouldn't even let my grandson wipe his ass with even a 5.5 grade Woody Woodpecker 1958 World's Fair roll, so stop asking. And that's from MixedVeggies. Again, that was an audience telegram. We'll be doing that more throughout the show. We'll be coming back to those. Before we come back to anything, we're going to take a quick break. Please don't leave. Please stay right there. And in fact, send this stream link to some other people because, hey, we're cooking with gas here, am I right? There's things happening, you know? There's more people coming. Check out this. This is music. This is a little thing I like to call music. Good evening, fellow Americans. It has come to our attention that recent shortages of toilet paper will leave many citizens without their traditional method of post-defecation cleansing. As a result, this situation will lead to many hard decisions regarding how you will maintain proper hygiene in these constantly evolving times. This public service announcement aims to ease this stressful predicament by educating and informing the masses of several alternatives to toilet paper, which can be found in your very home. 1. Wipes. Similar to toilet paper in both form and application, most wipes are moisturized cloth-based cleaning tools. Examples include wet ones, baby wipes, Clorox wipes, and wet index cards. 2. Cloth. Many examples of cloth can be found in your household and yield satisfactory cleaning results and unparalleled tactile feedback. We advise the following in particular: dish rags, childhood blankets, socks without a pair, empty pillowcases, and portions of shag carpet. 3. Nature. If your house includes a forested backyard, you're in luck. Many of mankind's greatest anal cleaning devices spring from Mother Earth's bosom. Branches offer impeccable accuracy and detail. Stones provide many essential minerals. Leaves supply a fantastic sensation, and bark boasts unsurpassed durability. 4. Other. If none of the previous options suit your fancy, here are a few other options submitted by fellow toilet paper deprived Americans. Eaten corn on the cob, gift cards, car keys, small umbrellas, lunch meat, Nintendo DS cartridges, buckshot cartridges, and whole bottles of hand sanitizer applied directly to the bad zone. Do not, under any circumstances, utilize a bidet for any ass cleaning purpose whatsoever. The act of shooting water up your own asshole is both unhygienic and perverse. Thank you. I think y'all know what mother flippin' time it is. TML TP giveaway! Woo! Here it comes, baby. Here it comes. Let's see who's got it this time. Who's got it? I got so many freaking emails. This dude. Oh shit! More just came in. I'm picking this guy. No, that wasn't one. I'm picking this dude. Austin P. You're gonna get this. You're gonna get this, baby. You didn't put a zip code on this. You didn't put a zip code on this, but I'm gonna send it anyway. You're gonna get this. Oh, oh. That one got some wet stuff on it. Give that a few days before you open it. Alright, one more. Who else is gonna get this? Who else is gonna get this? Who else is gonna get this? I'm picking a name that I like. This guy. George D. You're gonna get this, baby. And you know what, George D? Because you are a special bro, and because I just remembered that I said I was gonna do this, you're gonna get this, George D. You're gonna get this. It's a holographic TMH sticker. And don't think I forgot about this. A non-holographic slice of toilet paper. That's the signature, by the way. It's just a scribble. A nondescript scribble. You're gonna get this. Alright, I'm actually... I'm running behind. Okay, you're gonna get this. You're gonna get this. What is next? What is this? Oh, I see. Alright, okay. Next on the list... I'm doing the Corona test. I gotta do the written portion. I've got the written portion in here. It should have came in the... Yeah, that was good. It came in there. You see that? It came in the box. Here it is. It's tied up. Like I said, I didn't study, so I really don't know. All right, before I open it, I gotta take it in 3 minutes. Let me get the countdown. Ready? Down screen. Go. And I'll do some music too. Oh shit. Okay. Done. 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 Stop. Why is this broken? Oh. Okay. I did it. We're going to check the results of that later. Towards the end of the show. This is still incubating here. So, you know, we'll find out. We'll find out about these things. That's the written portion. I don't think I did well. I don't think I did well. I'm really worried about that because I could have passed that part with flying colors, but if I just bombed that part, I could easily have Crona. I could easily fail the entire test. Oh boy. All right. Hopefully it'll be all right. Okay, I am turning the phones back on. Ba-ding. Ba-ding. Okay. The phones, the lines are open. The number again is 518-288-7938. You can see on here, I started to run out of room. This is a classic problem with me in writing things. I cannot do it. I cannot spatially understand how big my letters will be and how much room is left. This sort of thing occurs every time I try to write something. Pisses me off. But anyway, you can call in now. The number is 518-288-7938. Anybody can call in. Anybody watching. We got a few minutes we can talk now. I see a call some calls are getting fucked. All right, here we go.
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send.
Hello, caller. I didn't catch your name. What was your name? I'm sorry, what? You sound like you're in like a dimension of lost data, of data that's looking for a home. I'm not getting it. I'm getting muffled. I'm getting muffledness.
Is it working out? Holy shit, I'm actually on air.
It's not working. I can hear you a little bit. Here, tell me something. What's your name?
What about now?
Okay. Caller, I'm sorry. I had to just freaking hang up on you. I couldn't hear anything. I didn't know what was going on. I heard a beep at one point. When I start hearing beeps and boops on the other line, I know I'm about to hang up. I know. It's a reflex. Here's another one.
Call from.
Postmates.
To accept.
Postmates?
Hello, this is Postmates?
Yeah, Postmates.
You are on the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives. How are you today? How can I help you?
Sorry, can you hear me? It's Postmates.
Yes, I can hear you. You work for Postmates?
Yeah, I just have a question about Postmates.
You have a question about Postmates. Go ahead. Fire away.
Oh, can you hear me better now? I feel like you can't hear me.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. So the thing is, I ordered some Postmates because I'm being quarantined, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know these people get like horribly underpaid. So they accidentally put cheese in my burger. So I want to know, should I still tip them?
Okay, so you ordered cheese and they missed the cheese?
Yeah, no, they put cheese on. I didn't want cheese. Should I still tip them?
All right. What did you order? Is it a burger? Is it a hot sandwich? Is it cold? Is the cheese melted?
Yeah, it was melted cheese on a burger that I didn't order. Okay, maybe that's not the real issue. The real issue is I saw them like sneezing a lot in the car, and I want to know, should I still tip them?
Well, okay. What do you normally tip?
Normally, I mean, I know some Postmates drivers, and they get like horribly underpaid, so I wanted to tip them money. But I don't know, with all the sneezing, I think it's kind of irresponsible to do Postmates. So I want to know, like, should I still tip 20, 30%? Because, you know, like, they get dicked over by the organization?
Well, you know, I'm not... tell me this, because I'm not familiar really with Postmates. I know what it is, but I've never used the app. Is it a situation where you can rate the driver?
No, I think it's like a situation where it's like you get food delivery from this, like, the shady organization that, like, doesn't pay their drivers very much, and it, like, screws them over a lot, you know? And
So-
it's kind of like if you submit a complaint against them or something, then they just, like, can't work for, like, a day.
All right, so you're telling me there's hardly any accountability here in this organization.
Oh, there's very little accountability.
Well,
But, you
my
know, the
God, I
sneezing
mean,
and coughing,
the only thing that I think the only thing this sort of person is going to understand is you got to cut off their income. I say no tip. I say, you know, maybe, you know, might it be worth exchanging a few words with this guy. If you see him sneezing all over your food, you might want to say, hey, there's a pandemic, bro.
So, okay, that's one thing I could do is I know that there are not that many Postmates drivers in this area. I could order again from them later tonight and then maybe set up a sting. Do you have any advice for that?
Yeah, well, maybe you could. Yeah, you could. Is there a way you could sort of scam the system a bit and keep ordering things but getting them refunded and just sort of wasting this person's time?
That sounds like an option. Okay.
That's what I would want to do. You know, like I said, you want to hit them where it hurts, take away their income. You know, if you don't tip them, that's going to hurt them a little bit. But what you really want to do is you want to keep them busy with work that is not going to result in what they want. You know, it's going to be upsetting them. You could order with all your friends and they could all cancel. You do like a Postmates run. You could really upset this person.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's
all right. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah.
Sorry, I hung up on you right after, you know, you were about to say something probably very nice to me. You were probably about to say something very nice, and I just hung up on you callously, and it's just, you know, I'm sorry. We can take more callers. 518-288-7938. Call into the show. Tell us your woes, whatever you want.
Call from
Barry.
Barry, you are on the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives. How are you today?
Hey man, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. What's on your mind today?
Well, I just heard that last caller, you know, he had some problems with Postmates. Now, as someone who proudly works for DoorDash, a competitor of Postmates, I would say, you know, go DoorDash. And if you're, you know, working for them, you get paid no matter what.
You can speak to the effectiveness of DoorDash drivers. They're not sneezing all over the food. They're professional about this.
Now I can't vouch for them because there's so many. You know, anyone can do it, even me. You know, but I mean, the service I'd say might be a little better.
I mean, that was really not a ringing endorsement, if I do say so. It almost sounds like maybe you're just trying to get an extra DoorDash in before bedtime.
I mean, that may be true. But at the same time, you know, in this outbreak, everybody's using it. You know, everybody. No one can complain. You know, you get what you get.
Well, tell us about that. Have you been seeing your orders go up dramatically?
Very busy. There's a $4 extra for just going out and delivering McDonald's to some random stuff.
Have you been getting complaints from customers at all? Are they very thankful? I think they should be, you know, in this environment, perhaps they should be effusive in their thanks.
I would agree with that, but, you know, the only thing I get is people complaining about the time it takes, you know, to get something, but no, that's not on me. You feel me?
Yo, it's everybody. I was just out today at CVS, and then I went to Stewart's, and I'll tell you one thing that this COVID is doing for sure is making everyone work slow as hell. slow. Everyone's got their gloves on, their masks, and they're moving. There's no urgency because they're all just like, you're not even supposed to be here.
You think that's because they don't want to be working there? You think they're afraid?
I think there's part of it where they don't want to be working. I think another part of it is they know that they're being watched less closely now. Like this is a sort of free for all. Everybody can do whatever they want.
I get that. My fear is that if everyone's panicking, like they're making things worse. Like especially driving prices of toilet paper up. I don't even know why people would be hoarding toilet paper.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I understand from the perspective of your butt. You don't want to run out, but hoarding it when you have 40 plus rolls. I mean, that's a lot of butthole real estate that you can dry.
Well, anyway, boss, huge fan. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, thanks for calling in. Thank you for calling in, Barry. Barry, good to talk to you. Barry, this is good. We got the two sides of the debate here. We got the DoorDasher, and we got the unhappy customer of the Postmates.
Call from.
This is Fillmore Graves.
To accept.
Fillmore, is that you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me.
You are on the CronaCast. You are live on air. How are you today?
All right. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm actually quite healthy. I'm very healthy right now.
That's very good to hear.
Yeah, I wish it was. Normally it was, but throughout this whole thing, I've been listening to a lot of people, telling us how to be safe, how to be healthy during this pandemic. I get that. That's wonderful, especially if that's what you want, right? Mm-hmm. Well, it's look, I really hate being left out, man. I really hate being left out, and my family's got it. My wife's got it. My grandparents have coronavirus, and I'm fine. I'm living with them. I'm fine.
How are you?
All right.
How is that? How are you avoiding it? What's your secret?
Oh no, there's no secret. That's actually something I want to know. I want advice on how to get coronavirus. There's no secret. I need a secret to catch it. All right, because whenever I see a statistic, right, I want to be a part of it. I've been looking at that meter. All the confirmed cases. Oh, there's nothing I want more right now to be one more digit on that meter.
I mean, hey, brother, I understand your plight here. You want to be part of the group. It is sort of it's kind of a bummer. Everyone's getting sick, and to me, what the bummer is about that is you're not going to get any sympathy. There's so much sympathy being doled out, and for the next 6 months, it's going to be a sympathy parade for everybody. But you're not going to get any part of that. You're going to have to be given the sympathy.
Oh,
sounds like shit.
Yeah, it is going to be. I'm living through shit right now. All right, every day I wake up, I go to the drive-through test, and I do a test every day, always negative. Look, I've done everything. I've licked doorknobs. I inhale coughs and sneezes. I'm roaming the empty streets, touching just about everything I can and sucking my fingers dry.
Have you thought about going to the hospital, just telling them, just coming clean, saying, "Hey, I can't get this illness. I want it. I want to be a part of this thing. Something's got to give. Just inject it. Inject it in me. Put it in me. Direct."
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I'm actually an Atlanta resident, so the CDC is not too far from where I live, and I don't want to be immune.
They've got loads of corona there.
Oh, absolutely. I'm starting to fear I'm immune. If I'm not coughing in the next day, I'm breaking in there and I'm injecting that corona blood right into me, man.
I think that's a good idea. I mean, at the very least, you should talk to those dudes because, if you have this incredible immunity, maybe they could study you. I mean, hopefully they wouldn't have to dissect you or anything drastic like that, but, you could be a part of scientific history.
Oh, I would love that, just to be a part of anything, absolutely anything at this point.
All right, hey, it was great talking to you, Fillmore. I've got to move on, though. Thank you for calling.
Oh, absolutely. You have a great one. Thank you.
Have a great day. Good guy. No. I'm putting on Do Not Disturb. Good calls. But we must move on. What is next? All right, very good. We're going to take a quick break. Short Hey, I put on Do Not Disturb. I already did. Why is there this lag, man? Google Voice, you fucking suck, bro. You fucking suck. We will be right back after these quick songs and words from our sponsors.
So we got some good news here. Turns out some of the bars are still open. Awesome. Which is good, but I might be able to actually drink a pitcher of beer.
Hey there! With the recent uprise in people stockpiling all the food, you must be really tired of having to eat half an egg to make sure you have enough food to last you and your family. Well, with my canned baked beans, you won't need to worry about eating anything else. This here is Pop's Baked Gold, where each bean has enough protein to replace a porterhouse with a side of carrots and potatoes. This is thanks to a natural ingredient formulated in the laboratories of South Beach, Florida. They engineered these beans by injecting a super-like serum into each bean. They're practically bursting with flavor. Some of it's bean flavor, some of it's that dry, pasty flavor most pills have. But to fix that, we also offer fruit-flavored beans, which almost eliminates that dry taste. Pop's Baked Gold. And we are back. Welcome back. We're 2 hours. We're halfway through the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives, aka Crona 2020, a.k.a. Crona, a.k.a. death at all ports. It's going pretty well. I'm pleased with this, you know. Like I said, you know, this is just a chill stream. This is just for us to hang out. It's Sunday night. Nothing's going on. Nothing's going on because a virus has taken over the world. The psychological part of the world. The virus is destroying our economy because our economy is fucking stupid. Woo! Okay. This, for the first 2 hours, I never said this, but the first 2 hours, that section of the show was Corona at Home. And that was, we were trying to talk more about the home life experience, how people are dealing with Corona on the personal level and the familial level. But now we're going to want to widen the scope a bit. This next section, this next hour, we're talking Corona on the streets, all right? This is about, I don't have a theme song for this, but they got this awesome graphic. Corona on the streets. This is about the teens. This is about how school is out, the kids are out, and to me, it's just like the cat is out of the bag, all right? The kids are out of school, and personally, I don't think they're going to go back. I think like the goody two-shoes, the people who like school and studying and doing homework to show that they're smart, those people will go back. But there's going to be, if school is out for the rest of the, you know, school year, why would you go back? I mean, I'm trying to think about when I was a kid. And when I was a kid, if this was happening when I was a kid, I would be like, oh, fuck yeah! No motherfucking school! And my fucking parents gotta stay home, and all you old people gotta stay home or you're gonna die. I'm gonna make you sick. Because that's the thing. The kids, they can get it, but they hardly feel it, and it doesn't affect how much they spread it. They can get it, they can spread it, and it doesn't kill them. That's the trifecta. Even if it did kill them, the kids don't care, all right, honestly, about being killed. That is not something that really registers in a human's brain until later in life. As a child, that does not occur to a child. Or teen, you know, I don't want to call teens children, but they are, you know, they're little babies. By the way, this is an adult stream for adults. Adults, baby. If you're a little baby in there, why don't you go suck on mama's titties instead of watching this stream? Huh? Fuck you. Fuck all babies. No babies on this stream. Honorable adults only. Anyway, the thing with these kids, it's going to be a massive delinquency problem. I foresee it. I foresee it like I can see it like a dream. It's tangible to me. Kids are going to be out of school for like for the rest of the school year. And then they're going to try to tell the kids, hey, now you got to go to school for longer next year. And like, you can keep making this up over the summers even. And the kids are going to be like, nah, fuck that. Because by that point, the kids are already going to be in gangs. They're going to be in Corona gangs. They're going to be in Corona drone gangs. Here's what's going to happen. The kids are going to get sick. They're going to weaponize the illness. They're going to start sneezing and spitting, saving it up in reservoirs, compressing it into canisters, duct taping that to drones, and then they're just going to fucking crop dust, wherever they want to hang out. It's going to be a perfect plan for kids who want a hangout spot. They just make it totally infected. So anyway, these Corona drone gangs are obviously going to become incredibly powerful. It's going to be like Akira, where there's all this delinquency and all the kids hate the adults, and they're just like, everyone's going to be saying old timer. We're going to be living in that sort of universe. We're like, old timer, what do you want? Like, people are going to call me old timer. If some fucking kid calls me old timer, This is when I wish I had a gun. Not to shoot, but just to threaten. Be like, yo, kid, call me old timer one more time. Oh, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, kid. If I'm an old timer, how come I'm shooting around your head? You know, I gotta think of my lines still. My threatening lines to scare the kids. But, anyway, that's Corona on the streets. This is also briefly we'll get into Corona abroad. I just don't have anything prepared for that because I don't know. I don't know what the situation is abroad. It's bad. It's bad, but I don't live abroad. I live here. I live right here. I live in this house. I don't even live in, around the U.S. I just live in one place in the U.S. So I have a very limited scope. So when I'm talking Corona on the streets, I'm talking these delinquents out here that I see on their scooters and on their bicycles and shooting hoops. Delinquents. Okay. I'm three deep. I gotta drink more. I got some other things I can drink. It's all right. Okay, the next segment. We're gonna do another segment now. I need to be more over here. This segment is called The Gruesome Truth. The Gruesome Truth of Corona. The way that this segment works is I have... oh, God. Oh, my God. Those are some good burps. I feel lighter than air. All right, I have got some disgusting medical pictures. They were sent to me by a man who knows about such things. Not a doctor, just a man who likes looking at disgusting, gory photos. I've got some that are, I looked at some last night. We did a test stream, and I looked at some last night, and they're pretty gross, but not that bad, really. There's a folder called Horrid. That's what I'm going to be looking at today. I'm not going to display it on screen because I know YouTube is a son of a bitch and I'll probably fucking, got some goddamn AI supercomputer that discovers wounds in real time and will ban me forever. So fuck you, YouTube. I'm just going to look at these pictures and describe them to you. All right, let's see what we're dealing with. Let's see. I got to open another folder. I went into Horrid, and another folder came up that said, "You've been warned." So, here we go. Let me take a swig. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, that one's not bad. That's not bad. Right? Come on. This is just a guy in a bed. He looks crazy. He looks, ooh! This is it's like some sort of freaky, oh my God. Some sort of homunculus, some sort of fetal problem. This sort of looks like a baby that's all scabs. It's like a baby came out and it was 100% scabs, and also his lips look wrong. He looks like an alien scab baby. Yeah. Ooh. Sort of just a scary looking third world type woman, I think. Sort of speckled skin, sharp teeth. Freaky eyes, something, every part of the face is messed up. Oh, this is like some frostbitten toes, just like black, like yellow pus. That I don't like. They're gonna have to snip. They snip those toes. It's like a guy. His face is like, kind of looks like The Thing. He's just got a weird rocky face. This is a guy, maybe some gangrene or something. His whole body is rotting. He's rotting away. If that's a living person, then God help him. Oh! Fuck. That's a real gross one. That's the first one I don't want to look at it. I have to. Oh my God. It's like, it's like a baby. It's a newborn baby in a swaddle. But one of their eyeballs is just fucking huge and out of its face. It's like this big. And it's all red and disgusting. You can see the pupil, and the other eye is crying. This is tragic. Oh, that's the last one. Good. Damn. Well, that was disgusting. All right. Moving on. We're going to be taking another call from another expert soon. Don't call, everybody. Don't call. Don't call, because an expert is going to be calling. I had Do Not Disturb on, so, the expert that's calling, give it a minute. This is an animal expert that's going to be calling in. We're going to get some details about the animal side of this situation. We talked a little bit about bats earlier, but that was about transforming. That was about making ourselves more bat-like. This is going to be something separate entirely. This is an animal expert who will be calling in momentarily. I'll put on the music until they do. Oh, God.
Call from.
Pop Scoppins.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Hello, sir. Was your name Pop Scoppins?
Pop Scoppins, that's correct. I am an animal expert.
Bob, it's so good to have you on the show. We weren't able to get you last night during the test stream, so, how are you doing today?
Well, I'll tell you, I could be doing better. As you might have realized, there's a bit of a pandemic going around, and it seems that there's animal involvement. Animals are the source, and animals will be the end.
What do you mean by that exactly? Animals will be the end?
Yes. So, as we know by this point, bats are the point of origin for this disease. So, it stands to reason that the opposite of a bat will be the cure.
That is, an interesting logical analysis. What would you consider the opposite of a bat?
The opposite of a bat is a snake. Bats have fur, snakes have scales. Bats can fly, snakes don't have legs. This is only of a couple of the things. I mean, you look at like the bats, they scream and they see the world through sound. Snakes, they smell the air and they taste it with their tongue. Totally different creatures. Entirely opposite, in fact.
That sounds diametrically opposed.
Entirely it is. And so, through a diet of snakes that I've been exclusively feeding to my own cat that I've been keeping at home in a small feeding pen made of several laundry baskets, I've found that I believe this cat has no symptoms of the coronavirus anymore.
So the cat had coronavirus. The cat was presenting.
Oh, yes. It was like coughing all the time, like stuff, this wet, kind of hairy stuff would come out of its mouth. And I did the first thing I could think of. I just grabbed as many snakes as I could find all around my property. And I dumped it in the arena with him. And, well, he came out on top, and clearly all the better for it.
I mean, that's an amazing, amazing story. Have you considered would perhaps snakes work as a preventative measure for those who do not yet have the disease?
Oh, absolutely. Now, see, the snake's actual, like the little particles, there's a yet undefined virus that fights the coronavirus that's present only in snakes and completely in snakes. And if we can get as many people as possible and their pets and their food sources to get on a diet of snakes, we will be conquering two problems with this entire issue. First of all, the coronavirus. Second of all, the snakes that are everywhere.
You don't like the snakes?
I don't like the snakes. We don't celebrate St. Patrick's Day here. We celebrate it every single day. It's not a day. It's a lifestyle.
Is there? I mean, you're an animal expert. I usually animal experts. I think of them as animal lovers, as well. Is there a reason that snakes in particular are so unappealing to you?
First of all, they move around. They don't have legs, and science doesn't have a reason as to why that is.
Why they don't
and
have
I don't
legs?
think that science can't. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know why they don't have legs, and we don't know how they can move without legs. They are the only creature on this earth that's able to move around without legs.
You know, when you put it like that, it is very suspect.
And
it's like,
so
where did these
wanted to
snakes?
take these
Where did these
suspects, and
snakes
I want to lock them
go?
up.
Sorry, where did these snakes go? Who did they make a deal with that says that they can move around without legs? It's a bit odd.
Well, there's a reason why the snake is the devil in the Bible, our oldest historical document. These things, they exclusively prey on the uninformed. And that's that whole deal with the Eve situation. So we need to get rid of these things as quickly as possible. You need to go around, grab all the snakes in your local area, and if you got to put them in the water supply, you put them in the water supply. If you have to go down to the buffets, the ones that are still operating, and just pepper them in, maybe a little bit of snake flakes, whatever you got to do, you need to spread the opposite of coronavirus.
It's an interesting idea. I mean, I like that, where, if you can't, say you can't just force people to chow down on snakes, they might have some sort of problem with that. But I like just drop them off in the water supply. The healing properties will leach out.
Oh, yeah. Some have even said that a certain oil will work.
Oh, interesting. Something derived from the snakes?
Yeah, it's a kind of snake oil that could be bottled, bought, and sold all around this country to save people from this deadly, deadly cure.
Well, it's an interesting solution, and like I said earlier in the broadcast, that's what we're about here, is figuring out different ways to solve this problem. So thank you so much for calling in, sir. This has been great.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Snakes are the opposite of bats. That's a good thought. I agree with that, generally. I like the points that he made. Smell. I'm sold, okay? I'm sold. What do we got next here? Oh! It's time for the second installment of Rare Corona Stats. Okay. I've got a stat here. It's a fresh stat, just came in, hot off the presses. Rare stat, though. There are currently... Okay, I got a hot stat, fresh stat coming in here. There are currently 278,981 people infected with the coronavirus. Those are fresh numbers. Of those infected, almost 1% identify as electro-furries. Okay. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means exactly, but I find it very troubling. I don't know what it means, but I find it troubling nonetheless. I mean, 1%, 1 whole percent, that seems high. That seems high for electro-furry. It immediately makes me wonder, if there's some sort of causation, that question. Maybe this is just a statistical anomaly, but I find it very concerning. 1%. I don't like it. All right, and that was the end of Corona stats, rare Corona stats. That's 2 Corona stats we've done so far. Now we're moving into back into audience telegrams. Let me check out the audience telegrams we got here. Actually, I've got a couple recorded ones. Let me play those. Now, like I said, this section is Corona on the streets and abroad. And abroad, don't forget that. This next segment, this is a recording from abroad, actually.
Reason dictates that one should stay home. But reason is a petty wench with entreating. But to be free from the shackles of this conniving pucelle, or to be wild and free like the dumb animal. They care not for quarantine or shelter in place ordonnance, but make their shelter sous les étoiles. They cannot work from home, for their wild plains are their cubicle, and their office is the open sky. How I wish I could break from the mandates of society and go run with them, and make communion with the beasts of the field. God, Dieu, I want to have sex with an animal.
Very interesting stuff. Very, this is how it's affecting those abroad. There's a whole different world out there. Here's another one. This is not from abroad. This is from right here at home.
What's up, man? Long-time listener, first-time caller. Now, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Last night, I dropped The Complete Calvin and Hobbes collection in my bubble bath. That's the only thing I had to read. And my internet keeps crashing because of all the lame-ass gamers hogging it up. Please, for the love of God, please, can you help me in any way? I'm going nuts here without my Calvin and Hobbes. I need something to read.
All I can do to help, dear listener, is remain on the air for the scheduled, allotted time that I have previously decided. So in that sense, I am not doing anything differently to help you. But in a larger sense, you're listening to the show, you're having a good time. We're your Calvin and Hobbes. We're that kid and that tiger toy. I've read that. I've read Calvin and Hobbes. I know what it is. Bill Waterston. What's that guy's name? I know who made it. It's a great cartoon. I wish I had a graphic right now of Calvin and Hobbes pissing on COVID-19, pissing on the graphic of the virus. Hindsight's 20/20, man. What you gonna do? Do I have time now? Let me do one more. Let me read one audience telegram. And then we'll go into our next break. Here's just a nice little short one. Living in the quarantine is hard, believe me. But at least I have my virtual fish. That comes from Odang, OB. Thank you, Odin, for bringing a little bit of positivity into the works here. We're going to be right back. Thank you for watching. Keep watching. Stick around. You don't have to be watching like with fucking... You don't have to be... What's next? You don't have to be like that. This is chill. I'm just sitting down, just like you. We're just sitting together. I'm talking to you, but you can't talk back. It's actually ideal sort of situation for me in that regard.
America. This is an important official announcement of the government of the United States of America. Because of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, drastic relief aid measures have been approved by the governmental officials. Americans are eligible to receive payments of $10,000 weekly to ease the financial strain being caused by the pandemic. Americans must manually sign up to the Relief Aid program, and relief aid will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis, so please hurry. To sign up to the Relief Aid program, visit www.covid19relief.us.gov.xyz and enter your social security number to verify your citizenship and your bank account information so that we know where to make the weekly deposits. Again, the website is www.covid19relief.us.gov.xyz to sign up to the Relief Aid program. This has been an official announcement of the government of the United States of America.
Section.
This is an important official announcement of the government of the United States of America. Because of the recent COVID-19 pandemic, drastic relief aid measures have been approved by the governmental officials. Americans are eligible to receive payments of $10,000 weekly to ease the financial strain being caused by the pandemic. Americans must manually sign up to the Relief Aid program, and relief aid will be given out on a first-come, first-served basis, so please hurry. To sign up to the Relief Aid program, visit www.covid19relief.us.gov.xyz and enter.
Oh shit, you all know what time it is. It's the mother freaking TMLTP giveaway! Yeah! 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 Oh shit! It's the giveaway! Hold on, let me look at my email. I was supposed to do this during the break. Okay, let's see. First person to get this. Isaiah C. You're gonna get this! Ooh! Zip code. What is with this freaking... Okay, people send me addresses all the time. They don't put the zip code. Do you not know what a zip code is? I mean, Jesus. It's part of your address. Isaiah C. Now I gotta look up your goddamn address. And I'm gonna look up your house. And I'm gonna judge your income. Interesting. I just looked. Very interesting. You're gonna get this. Naughty boys who don't put the zip code do not get the holographic surprise. Okay. Cat cameo. One more. Back to the email. A woman. Elise R. Almost said your whole name. Elise R, you are gonna get this. And Elise R, I have a surprise for you. It's called this holographic sticker. You're gonna get this. And of course, the most valuable piece of all. Alright, nice. Elise R, Isaiah C, you're gonna get the zine. You're gonna get the toilet paper. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We're chugging right along in the stream. This is fun, you know. I like live. It's fun to hang out, you know. This is all. A lot of this is just, you know, friggin' off the cuff. We're just having a good time. It doesn't have to be, you know. It doesn't have to be funny. It doesn't have to be entertaining. That's the good thing about live. It doesn't have to be good. It can just being here is important. We're just hanging out, okay? This is what I'm saying, is you can't judge the content that I'm saying, I'm putting out, because it's live. What I got over here, this is what I call... Oh shit, I can't even pour it. I don't have enough room to pour this. Alright. This is the blood of Christ. This is gonna make the stream mad good. I still got a little bit of blood in there. I'll do a bloody Corona soon. That's red wine and Corona light. Elise R, Isaiah C, congratulations. You getting the zine. You didn't have to do jack stinky for it. That's good. That's a good thing. That's what I want to hear. All right. Coming up next, we've actually got a video. You know, medical technology is amazing these days. They have cameras, endoscopic cameras, very small cameras, like they can feed a camera like up from your butt all the way to your throat. They just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and they're looking in the camera and they're just sort of weaving through. It's like a big maze until it's like, and open up. You might feel a little tickle in your throat and open up, and that's the camera we put in your butt. We have a sort of similar situation. We've got some video of a new prototype camera. It's a microscopic type camera, and it is video of the coronavirus. And in fact, we took this video and we were able to sort of interpret medically what we thought the coronavirus was trying to communicate through its actions. If you can understand at all what I'm saying. Here's the video. Check it out.
This is the mouth of Philip Nelson, but I call it home. He's a 23-year-old man from Detroit who didn't wash his hands after eating from that 2-star sushi restaurant. If only he learned how to use chopsticks, he might not have stuck those filthy little fingers right into his mouth. But who am I to judge? It's warm, it's wet. Those are pretty much my only requirements, though he could brush a bit more, but I don't mind too much. It's hard with all the commotion these days to get a word out. After years of sleeping in a vial, getting out to stretch my legs has been a real pleasure. In the past few weeks, my name has been all over the news. I've gone through 180 countries. Went inside that cute coworker you like. I made you lose your job. I even deep-throated your mom. I know what you're thinking. Of course, I have to be a dick. I have to be the bad guy. For some reason, humans always have to personify everything. Make it so personal, you know? Just because I'm out here trying to find a place to sleep doesn't mean I want to kill your grandma. Nah. You see, humans killed the dinosaurs with global warming. If dinosaurs were out here, maybe we'd be killing them, you know? Think about that. And whenever the cheetah kills the gazelle in National Geographic, you think to yourself, well, it's the circle of life. Then maybe it's the circle of life that I kill your grandma. So, moral of the story, you can go wash your hands, you can isolate yourself, stock up on toilet paper, do whatever you want. But at the end of the day, you weren't made to see us. We were made to see you.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting. And to those who would say that was not a video, and in fact, to those who would say that was a series of drawings, which would in fact make it an animation, to those people I say I disagree. That was a video. That was what I described it as. Medical science has just gone further than... The thing is, you've never seen anything like that, so you don't know what it looks like. That's why it looks to you, you're trying to make sense of it. You're like, oh, that's drawings. No, that's a video. Okay. Coming up next, any moment now, we've got another... this is not an expert who's going to call in, but this is someone who... They've wrote into the show. I received mail from this person. They're a park ranger. They've got they've got a very unique story that they need to tell. To be honest, I've gotten a lot of letters from this person, a lot of letters, and I can barely make sense of them. There is clearly something just beyond comprehension going on with this fella here. So I wanted to get him on air, sort of straighten some things out, figure out what the heck this guy's talking about. And here he is.
Call from
Richard Nobler.
To accept, press 1.
Richard Nobler, you are on the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives. How are you today?
Hey, how's it going, buddy? My name's Richard Nobler. You can call me Dick. Now, I just want to start this off with a little intro. I've been a deputy Alabama wildlife ranger for over 20 years. I'm grateful to have this platform to speak out about what the government ain't telling me. Thank you.
And what is that? What is the government not telling us?
Well, before I get into that, I really want to get it across my situation in life, how I got here. Now, I was thrown over the line that separates this once beautiful, gorgeous Alabama land from the rest of the godforsaken countries by a group of gypsies I've been traveling with. When that happened, I couldn't even steward the contents of my own goddamn soul. I was going to die. I was going to die right there on the side of the river, laying on my back, choking to death on my own puke. You know what happened? I was rescued. I was rescued by 3 North American river otters who rolled me over and saved my goddamn life. I will never forget their kindness in my time of need. So, I dedicated the rest of my life to keeping them critters safe when they're in trouble. So you can't imagine what it's like not to be able to do a goddamn thing about what's happening out here. And let me tell you, something is happening. Anyway, The point being, I owe a debt to the wildlife here, which is why I am enraged. God dang! I can't believe they haven't reporting on what's been happening out here. I've tried. I really have. Nobody wants to listen. Old Dick Novelty, still it's too late. Listen, I've been clawing at the opportunity to get the real story out about COVID-19's real effects. We've been holed up for some time. It's only just now we got access to an unmonitored connection again. Let me put it to you this way, all right? They had the National Guard out here looking for us because they know we got the truth. Ain't a goddamn one of them left. And we didn't fire a single shot, break a single bone. It was all Mother Earth. I've heard the military's going to break the perimeter next. God save them. This crisis is much worse than anybody knows.
Dick, I'm listening along here. I'm trying to piece together exactly what you're saying. You're saying the National Guard is searching for you actively, and also they are dying rapidly in their search.
Oh, yep, not a one of them left, sir. They were searching. Ain't anymore. Look, I seen it. I heard it. I saw what got them, all right? We all heard what a bird call sounds like, but you ever heard a bird cough?
A bird cough?
That's
No,
right, sir.
absolutely
the
not.
fact of the matter is, I'll just come out and say it, all right? Chinese got the virus from us, right here in the wilderness of my own national park. Do you know how many bats we got out here? We got to breed a bat for every day of the year. Eastern reds, Seminoles, Northern Yellers, Long-eared Miles, Short-eared Miles, Mexican and Brazilian free-tails. Shit, we even got Eastern Pipistrelle, Tricolor, Fin-Nose, Trickleback, Texacuck. So believe me when I say the origin point of all that's been happening is right here, and it ain't pretty. Virus doesn't just affect humans. It affects all life, even the trees. Leaves ain't supposed to fall off, bleach white. No, sir.
Dick. I mean, hey. So we agree that the virus comes from bats, but you're saying it's Alabaman bats and not Chinese bats.
Alabaman bats, that's right, sir. Some fellows from China got up in here, took some bats, brought them back home.
Do you find a lot of visiting Chinese in Alabama?
No, sir, we do not. This is extenuating circumstances, sir. You see, the asymptomatic period for humans is much shorter than what's typical for other species, and the symptoms don't progress as quickly as they do for other animals, all right? There's an entire world in pain and suffering in store for humanity, and nobody even knows it. I watched a bear turn itself inside out yesterday.
Turn itself inside out?
I watched a bear turn itself inside out. My best buddy, Robert Olmec, we called him Bob, well, he was... We didn't make of them when they were coming to us. We saw them, group of rabbits, looked like they were running for something bigger and better. By the time they were on us, we realized the danger too late. The spikes grew out the hind legs and shot out at us. I was lucky. I just got behind the barricade, but Bob wasn't so lucky. There's not many of us left. The COVID inside their bodies didn't take them first. COVID outside will.
Dick, I'm so sorry to hear that. Your friend, it sounds like that's a really tough situation. When did that happen?
Happened earlier today, sir. Mere hours.
Dear.
Mere hours.
Well, Dick, my heart goes out to you. This is a very interesting thing. Alabaman bats, you don't hear that. You don't hear that in the news. I haven't heard anything like that. Is that part of an effort to suppress this information?
Yes, sir, I believe so. I believe so, sir.
By the National Guard or by other forces?
U.S. government, international government, you name it. Ain't nobody been able to get out of here. Ain't nobody been able to get in without dying.
Damn. Well,
Believe
Dick,
me.
I'm glad that you're able to get that information across to us. We are live. We're on YouTube. We've got an audience of perhaps 3 digits worth of people. So, the information is getting out there.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
All right, great. Dick, thank you for calling.
Yeah, no problem. We're all going to die.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck out there. Dick. Oh. Alabaman bats. Alabaman bats.
Call from.
Tony the Psychic.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Tony, you are on the CronaCast, a.k.a. Crona Lives.
First of all, I just want to say I'm so pleased with what you're doing. I really appreciate it. And I'm here to offer my services to the fine people watching your CronaCast for free of charge. Anything they need to know that my psychic services can be of use to, I'll be happy to oblige.
Wow, that's awesome. So Tony, you're a professional psychic. You're offering your services for free to us right now.
Definitely.
My first question, I mean, this isn't a future question, but I want to know, when did you first perceive that this corona situation was going to happen?
I was rubbing my big crystal ball, scrying into it, and I saw a big bat being picked up in a soup ladle. And I knew that was some kind of omen. I knew a big virus was coming. It was gonna smite us all.
You knew okay, so you thought it was a bad omen, a bat in soup, and that's understandable. But you even thought it was a virus.
I knew it was a virus. I'm a psychic. This is what I do.
Well, yeah, it's very specific. You're a very good psychic. All right. Well, since you're a very good psychic, I mean, what sort of measures did you start taking when you learned before everyone else?
First thing I did, I got the heck out of Dodge. I picked up my prep, my food stock, which is a bunch of cans of beans. I took my butt to some hollow ground. I've been staying there ever since. I haven't left.
To hollow ground? What does that mean?
Oh, it's been blessed by a priest. You know, the virus won't come in.
Oh, hallowed grounds.
Yeah, hallowed ground.
I thought you said hollow grounds, virus. Like grounds that were empty.
Tomato. I guess hollowed ground might work. It's like a foxhole. I don't think a virus would know to check in there.
I mean, yeah, why not? That's an interesting, way to look at it. All right, Tony, what else is going on? I mean, should I try to ask you, like who might survive from this situation? Like what my favorite celebrities maybe?
Yeah, you can do that.
Do you think Michael Richards will survive?
Michael Richards is going to die for what he did 10 years ago. What was it, 10, 15 years ago?
Come on, don't rehash that, Tony.
No amount of apologies is going to save that man. He's done for.
Tony, we all know that was an honest mistake. It was an honest mistake. He was on stage. He shouted the N-word a bunch of times. It was an honest mistake. I mean, I don't want to get into a whole thing about it, but I'm upset to hear that he's going to die for that because I don't think it's warranted.
Well, you should be upset with the virus, not with me.
Yeah, I mean, you aren't the arbiter.
What?
I said you aren't the arbiter. You aren't deciding who dies. You're just telling me. I'm sorry to get upset.
Right. That's okay.
Maybe, what about someone else? How about, how about me? Am I going to make it?
Well, I don't want to spoil it for your audience, but, I want there to be a surprise. So I can't really speak about that.
All right. You're playing hard to get here. You did say you were going to tell me for free, so you did go back on your word, but that's all right.
Well, I already gave you one for free. I mean, I have to make a living.
Do you have a website? Do you have a website we could go to?
A website? I don't have a website. I'm sorry.
Do you have? You said you moved away. Are you doing remote psychic work?
Yeah, through the phone. That's all I have here is a phone and my beans.
I'm sorry, your beans?
Yeah, my beans, my stack of beans. That's what I got for my food situation over here.
That was what you stockpiled on, was beans?
Yeah, I got a stack about as tall as I am.
Baked beans?
Baked beans, yeah. And molasses, pork and beans, all that good stuff.
Are you getting sick? I mean, how long have you been eating beans?
I've been in here less than a week. I've just been eating the beans. Truth be told, I've already gained 10 pounds.
You've gained weight.
Haven't helped me if there were cannolis. I would have killed myself by now. Yeah, I gained about 10 pounds on these beans.
That's interesting, man. I mean, you're eating beans on hollow ground. You're doing remote psychic work. I mean, you sound like you're keeping yourself busy at least. How do you feel during these times? Are you worried?
I'm not worried. I feel fine. Actually, I feel better than ever.
Oh, good. Why
is it? A bit of schadenfreude. I kind of like seeing the misery of other people because I know I can profit off of that. Desperate people really help psychics like myself out.
Okay. Tony, this has been a great call. but I do got to move on. I wish you the best with your beans and your remote work and your hollow ground. I think, sounds like a good situation for you.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right. Goodbye. Tony the Psychic. A stack of beans. A grim prediction. Everything happens on this CronaCast. Everything. Everything that can happen happens. Anything could happen. At this point, there are people who are trying to call in. I've got calls coming in. I'm not going to put the number back up for a second. Here we go.
Call from
William.
To accept.
William, you are on the CronaCast, a.k.a. Crona Live. How are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Did you just say CronaCast? This isn't 106.1 Gonzolian Groove?
No, not at all. This is YouTube. This is the CronaCast on YouTube.
Big YouTube, man.
How'd you get? You got your wires a bit crossed there, man.
Yeah, it's a little weird. A weird situation. I can say something. You know what about this coronavirus? Listen here. I'm from Philly, right? They're taking away all my sports. What's the deal with that, huh?
Hey, man, I know what you mean. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Philadelphia Phillies.
Eagles, my Flyers, my Phillies.
The Flyers.
I'm from New York, right? Right? Get this.
You're from New York?
I'm used to. Yeah. New York.
Didn't one moment ago, didn't you say you were from Philly? Am I going crazy here?
Listen, man, I think I'd remember something like that. I can get where you're coming from. I had a buddy back, I'm from Cincinnati. I had a buddy back in Cincy. I tell you, he couldn't remember anything 5 seconds prior.
Sir, are you all right? Are you under the influence of some sort of thing that's making you perhaps a little foggy?
I'll
tell you why I say that. It's because you said you were from Philly. Then you said you were from New York City. Then just a second ago you said you were from Cincinnati. Those are 3 different cities and 3 different states.
I'm going to be honest with you here. 100%, one-on-one? Can I trust you?
Yes.
I don't remember any of that.
Just now?
Yeah. Who am I talking to again?
This is the CronaCast on YouTube with The Minute Hour.
Huh.
Your name was William, right? Was it William?
Yeah, that's me. And I don't know why I'm talking to you right now, but best of luck to you. I hope you do well throughout this whole situation.
All right, well, William, at least you can remember your name, so that's one thing. Good luck to you. Maybe take a nap. Go to bed. Might be bedtime. All right, go to bed. I didn't get your response. All right, I'm gonna do one. This is gonna be real quick. Last one. I gotta take a break.
From
Nick.
Ned.
What is he doing?
Ned, you are on the CronaCast, aka Crona Lives. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. It's Nick.
Nick, I'm sorry.
Google said Ned.
I'm sorry, Nick.
No problem.
Why are you calling in today? What would you like to talk about?
Well, I'm big fan of the show.
Love you.
Got a buddy here. We're pretty big fans. We feel very inspired. Particularly, I gotta say, man, like heart to heart, sexual encouragement for men. It's gotten me through a lot.
Made me cry.
And
thank you. It's good to hear that it's touching.
Yeah, we're currently in the quarantine. Spent the past 5 days eating out of a thing of deli meat. I thought it was turkey. It turns out it was chicken.
Oh boy.
That's basically been the most exciting thing about my week.
That deli meat does not last, my friend. Like it gets slimy in a week. How long?
Well, that's what that public announcement was saying. Use the deli meat. Like it was a thick deli meat. Definitely. I'm upset that I ate it because it wasn't very good. Definitely could have used it as toilet paper because with
of course,
everything that's going on. Like you wouldn't like. I feel like chicken would be a good meat for toilet paper. Like a turkey might be too thin.
I'm sorry, I do not understand what you are talking about. What you want to dry it with toilet paper? You want to eat it with toilet paper?
No, use it as, I don't know if you heard that
I see,
federal
yes.
public service announcement.
Well, I would say, the more, the longer you wait with the meat, the better, the nicer it's going to feel, because it gets slimy and it gets, sort of smooth. So that could be a pleasant feeling.
Oh, certainly. I'm saying I was upset that I ate it. It wasn't very good. It wasn't worth eating, certainly.
It would have made better toilet paper. I see what you're saying.
Right. Toilet paper would have been better food, honestly.
Well, it's not too late. I mean, are you out of toilet paper?
I mean, certainly the surplus is running low.
All right, well, my friend, you got to email your name and address, and you have a chance to win 1 square of toilet paper, and, that could be the square that makes all the difference.
I mean, the mileage in these trying times, the mileage on a square, you really got to hold on to it.
You got to get an X-Acto knife, and you got to cut it into strips, vertical strips that are exactly the width of your anus.
I mean, that's a tall order, though. Depending on, I don't know about your anus, but I mean, like one square isn't going to cut it for me.
Well, if that's the case, I sincerely don't know what the deal is with your anus, because the square is
most medical professionals do not. Yeah.
That's hey, very interesting, Nick. I do have to move on. I got to take a break. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for the kind words.
Hey, thanks for I appreciate it. Thanks for picking up.
All right, see you, Doug. Goodbye, Nick. Goodbye to you and your anus. I wish you luck. We're going to be coming right back to the CronaCast, coming back into the final hour of the CronaCast. Things have been going well. And hopefully this was... Okay. No more calls. I have to turn on Do Not Disturb. Which I have to go to a separate freaking menu because Google Voice is dumb. All right, we will be right back. We are back. We are back. I haven't been able to drink nearly as much as I wanted. I got 3 Coronas in. I just started sipping on the blood. But I feel fine. You know? I wanted to be friggin' tanked, bro. I wanted to be like, this is fucking CronaCast. Fuck this coronavirus. Fuck this shit, man. These motherfucking viruses. They tear my family apart. You know, I could do like a whole drunken whatever ethnicity that was. Why they do this to me, man? Why do they tear us apart? They can't coronavirus. You stay out of there. The more I'm drinking, the longer that segment would have gone. That's not a segment. That could have gone on for 10, 15, 20 minutes. If this was gone. Where's this dang coronavirus, man? I can't do it. I'm not there. I'd be lying if I said I was there. This last hour is called... Okay, we did Corona at home, even though we didn't know it. Then we did Corona on the streets. And then we immediately did Corona abroad, which was nothing. There was something for Corona on the streets. Now, for the final hour, the 9 o'clock hour, we have Corona Universe. Corona Universe. What does it mean to live in this Corona Universe? I don't know, really. This is about like the spiritual effect of Corona. The way the effect that it has on our entire life. Not just our day-to-day, but our children and their children. I believe that there is a sort of psychic energy. You know, it's bullshit for a lot of people. But I believe that when people die, the sum of their deeds leave behind a psychic force, and that is the force of their actions, the results of their actions. Because every action has consequences. There are reactions. So when people die, they leave behind a legacy, a force. And when that happens on a mass scale, as it does, because lots of people die, they leave behind a mass force. And you're born into a world that has nothing to do with you, you know? It has to do with all this stuff that happened before you. And when you die, you affect the world beyond that. So where does coronavirus take us? Where does it take our collective spirit? Is the universe itself perhaps one big corona cell? You know what I'm talking about? You seen that spiky thing with the Shrek ears? That's not been reported enough, but coronavirus does have Shrek ears. It does have Shrek ears. They're the wrong color, but they're the right shape. They're the Shrek shape. What if we pulled all the way back? What if when you died, you learned the truth? That the universe was like Men in Black, where the universe is literally two giant aliens playing jacks with each other. And the jacks are coronavirus. Alright, that's basically Corona Universe. You know, I could go on forever about stupid bullshit, but this is actually beyond the segment already. We have another caller who will be calling in momentarily. I've just turned off Do Not Disturb. His name is Ephraim Hirsch, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about what I'm sort of talking about now. He's a paramedic, which I believe has to do with parapsychology. Ephraim Hirsch. Ephraim. I don't apparently know how to say that. Ephraim. Corona Universe. What will the stars say? Okay, thank God. What will the stars say when this is all said and done? Will they laugh? Will they cry?
Call from. To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail.
I'm wary about this, but let's find out. Hello, you are on the CronaCast, the Crona Air right now. You're breathing it. How are you?
It hurts. It hurts and it's painful.
What is that, sir? You are, sir?
At the world, everything around me, everything is Corona. I can fucking see them on the walls, man.
You can see the Corona on the walls?
They're on the walls, man.
Do you see the Shrek ears?
What?
Well, I was just talking about how the coronavirus has little Shrek ears on it. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Who is this? Who's calling? Who is this?
Take this, man. I can't. Oh, God. Don't throw it to me.
Dude, I gotta cut you off. I don't know what that was. That was not the expert. I do not think that was the expert. If that was the expert, I just hung up. Okay, I think this is the expert.
Call from.
It's Ephraim Hirsch.
To accept, press
Ephraim.
1. To send a voicemail.
Ephraim Hirsch, how are you today? You are on the CronaCast.
Oh, sorry. I got a couple wires crossed. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I mean, you said you're good, so we're both
I'm
good. Good. So tell us a little bit about yourself. You said you're Ephraim Hirsch. I was
That's
reading
right,
a little
that's
bit about
right.
your bio. Tell us what your field is.
So, and I always have to answer this question. Paramedic. Basically, I treat the newly deceased, which might not make a lot of sense until you learn. Just a lot of people don't know this, but when you die, let's say you have a broken leg, you got broken ribs, you got in a big bad motorcycle accident, and you're dead there. Well, when you die, the infirmities of the body, they become the infirmities of the soul. You carry on those broken ribs, those broken bones. You carry them on into the hereafter, and you want to get them fixed up straight away. I mean, I've talked with spirits that have nursed a 100-year flu, and it's driven them near to the brink of insanity.
Ephraim, this is a very unique. This is a very unique field you're talking about here. I'm curious off the rip here, because it's sort of like there's a cross section. There's an intersection of fields here. Did you find yourself first as a parapsychologist type person, or first as a medical type expert?
Well, you see, what happened was I used to be a paramedic, and we lost a patient, and it was it's always a tragedy. You never forget a single one of them. But I felt a calling. I felt a stirring in my chest. And
that's when it first dawned on me that there was something after this. There was suffering after this. So I did my research, and I discovered some of the foundational knowledge that informs my current work, and I learned the rituals to treat the spirits, and I do what I do now.
Ephraim, that's very interesting. Can I call you doctor?
No, you cannot. Legally, no, you cannot.
Okay, well, Ephraim, that's very interesting. It sounds like this career has come from a personal place for you. I shouldn't call it, this is perhaps more than a career for you. It seems like a calling.
I would say so, yes.
So what are you feeling now? If you're talking about this, you're talking about people who are dying and dead of coronavirus. How do you heal the virus after they are deceased?
Well, and I'm glad you bring this up, because I've seen basically zero coverage of the spectral cost, the spectral dimension of this pandemic. It's a complex sequence of rituals that are really too detailed to get into here. But it has to be done on a spirit by spirit basis. I have to commune using my implements.
Your
and
what?
It's a lengthy process.
Sorry, say again.
But,
your what?
Yeah, my implements, my board, my meters, my what have you. I have a van full of them. But
implements.
Implements, yes, tools.
What are the amulets? Are they like symbols, or what is?
Well, it can be as simple and run of the mill as your Hasbro Ouija board to PKE meters running into the high tens of thousands of dollars.
Wow, you have that sort of is business that good?
Well, it's a sort of and I hesitate to say high risk, high reward, but most of the jobs don't pay anything. But every so often you'll get a drug lord or some
very wealthy
secretive war veteran, and they've stashed away some money or some drugs or some other valuables, and you make things up in those cases.
All right. So what are the cases that you're taking on currently? Describe to me what you do with your implements. What is the methodology here?
Well, most of my work involves following ambulances in my van, or perhaps staking out the parking lot of a hospital and just waiting for my detectors to detect the presence of a spirit in need. At which point I'll hop on the Ouija, gather my rods and my beads and my tomes, and I get to work. And
what is the work exactly? You're trying to discern some sort of method of treatment with those things?
Yes. First you make a diagnosis, and then you proceed to treating the body with whatever ailed them at the moment of death. Sometimes it might be corona. Sometimes it might be, like I said, motorcycle accidents, car accidents. You get a lot of broken bones.
But you diagnose with the Ouija board.
Yes.
I think that's very interesting. I mean, I think that seems like, a lot of people use these implements, as you called them, in sort of nefarious profiteering sort of ways, but I rarely hear of people diagnosing medical illness using a Ouija board. That seems like a very positive use.
Many people are ignorant to the plight of the spectral realm, the struggles that one has to go through in the passage from this human world to the phantasmal plane. And honestly, that would be something I would advise your listeners to educate themselves upon. With this. Not to get off on a tangent, but I haven't even seen any announcements of
Did you know that all the major afterlives and many of the minor ones, they've gone into a full quarantine, no souls in or out. This is going to cause a massive spike in the ghost population.
The afterlife. I mean, to me, that reminds me of like the George Romero sort of, when hell is full, hell will come to earth, the dead will walk the earth. Do you foresee that sort of situation occurring?
The dead already walk the earth. There's.
I mean, in an obvious way for us laymen.
Oh, in an obvious way, but sure. There's already 3-4 ghosts to every living human. Depending on where you live, you can make from anywhere from 1 to 26 spectral close encounters during the course of an average day. We already live in a dense spectral world. We just you don't see it a lot on the evening news.
Ephraim, I've got to cut you off here in a minute here. My last question to you is, what can the average layman like myself do to protect ourselves from what you were just describing? There's a lot of extra ghosts around. There's going to be more on the way. What can we do to protect our spirits?
Well, unfortunately, it's more on the ghosts than on the people. Usually what I would recommend is that you layer the inside of your home and your body with lead foil. But since toilet paper, paper towels, raffle tickets, anything else on any materials stored in or on rolls, that's all completely hoarded. It's going to be prohibitive to the most people. What I would recommend is that you have the most disgusting and or boring sex as often as possible, and that should drive out most of the all but the kinkiest ghosts, and any that are left will be just bored into leaving as well. That's what I would advise your listeners.
Ephraim, I think that's great advice. Personally, I would be interested in procuring even the most boring of sex. I haven't had intercourse in years now, so I feel like perhaps I might be vulnerable to possession, demonic possession, because it's like there's discord in my soul. But Ephraim, I can't go into the whole thing. It's obviously a topic I could talk about at length. Thank you so much for calling in, giving us your paramedical
Thank you for having me.
advice.
You could have gone for Carl Longenschirn. You could have gone for C.R. Estevez, one of those big names on the circuit, but you went for Ephraim, and for that I can't thank you enough.
Absolutely, Ephraim. You have a great day.
You too.
I don't know who those other people were. I don't know what he's talking about. I guess those are psychics. I only know about Ephraim, and I know about him from the internet. Okay, I believe we have another expert calling in. I'm getting a little bit behind here. I'm going to be skipping some segments. We're going to be taking more calls here. I like the calls. I've got an expert who's going to be calling in momentarily, a loneliness expert, a professional loner, actually. His name is Herbert Ledbetter. He's going to be calling in any second now. Let me just put on the hold music for...
Call from...
This is Mermaid.
To accept, press 1.
Mermaid?
To send a voicemail, press 2.
But she died! Mermaid, is that you? She hung up. She hung up! I was all ready to turn that 5 back to a 4. Okay, maybe this is her again.
Call from...
I'm Herbert Ledbetter.
To accept, press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Herbert Ledbetter, how are you today?
Oh, I'm actually not doing too well. The loneliness hasn't really worked on stopping Corona, but I am still alone, so I am an expert anyway.
Yes, as I was explaining to the viewers, Herbert Ledbetter here is a loneliness expert, and I believe you're also a professional loner. Is that right? Do you make money off of this?
That is correct. I actually have a Patreon. It's a donation service online where people can actually pay me $5 to $10 a month to not interact with anybody. I'm actually violating that right now.
Herbert, your connection, I have to say, is terrible. It sounds like you're talking through a series of plastic wrappers, candy wrappers. I don't think you can do anything to fix that. But
I actually am. That is true. I couldn't buy a phone, because I had to interact with people, so I just constructed one out of plastic wrap.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, do you find, that sort of leads me to a question I have is, do you find in your intense and unending loneliness that you picked up a lot of hobbies or skills?
Yeah, I actually almost every day I just sit and watch MacGyver, and I've learned quite a lot from that show. Actually, I can't have pets because that's also a being that I can interact with. So I created one out of bubble wrap, gum, and paper clips. And still pretty lonely, but it is cool.
All right, Herbert, tell us, what is your method for avoiding the crush here? What advice can you impart on us as someone who is lonely and has been lonely for a long time? You have a lot of experience. How can we adjust to this new form of life?
Well, it's quite easy. Really, all you have to do is anytime you see somebody or somebody sees you, you just scream. You just scream and yelp like a pig, and you pull your pants down and you defecate right on the floor in front of them. And it's really easy to adjust to, honestly, because you don't get sick as much unless you're me, of course, because I do have corona. But it's pretty easy to adjust to. All you got to do is sit inside and stare at a wall. And time passes.
So you don't have any activities for us to take our mind off. You're advising us to embrace the loneliness. Just stare at the wall and see where it takes you.
Well, yeah.
How has that been working out for you so far?
Obviously, it's going pretty well, especially with your CronaYoga exercises. They bring some peace of mind in this lonely time.
Well, I'm so glad that had an impact on you, because it took me a long, long time to develop that. And, it's so important for me to hear that it affects people. So thank you for saying that. Do you have any programs do you have any sort of programs that you do, maybe videos that you watch? How do you keep yourself motivated day to day?
Well, honestly, I have this, it's kind of like meditation. What I do is I try and pull my foot above the back of my head, and then I just take my little pinky finger on my right hand, and I just tap the sole of my foot, and I just keep tapping it, and that really helps the time go by quicker.
And that's your advice for those watching the stream now, is they can do that and expect similar results?
Absolutely. Everybody watching needs to put their foot behind their head and just take their right pinky finger and just tap the sole of their foot. And if you are missing a pinky finger, which I have run into before, it is okay to use your ring finger. Do not use your middle finger or your index finger. That is an insult to the people who own this universe. Thumbs are kind of acceptable, but middle fingers are off the table. Index as well. Just ring finger, thumb, or pinky. Preferably pinky.
Okay. All right. Very interesting. I mean, I can't put my foot behind my head, so that's sort of something that's keeping me from doing that exercise. Do you have any sort of alternative thing that doesn't involve extreme flexibility?
Well, actually, yes. A lot of people can't put their foot behind their head, so you actually can do this exercise with your same leg. You take your left leg.
Hold the fucking phone, dude. Hold on. Is this Herbert Ledbetter?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to ask you one more time. Is this Herbert Ledbetter, the professional loneliness expert whom I booked prior to the show?
This is the professional loneliness expert, Herbert Ledbetter, and in fact, I actually am from the future. I'm from the year 2032, so...
Tell me this, sir. Riddle me this. Where is Herbert Ledbetter? Where was he born? Because I happen to know exactly where he was born.
Well, he was born in Ball Spa, New York.
Wrong, sir. That's absolutely wrong. And the reason I know is because you said he instead of I. Oh, you thought you could call in and fool me. And sure you did for several minutes. But I saw on the chat that in fact you were not the man I was after. So, thank you for your call. Interesting stuff. But fuck you, buddy. Trying to lie to me? Trying to pull a fast one on me? Sure it worked. But, fuck you. Okay. I'm getting so behind. I got people who are supposed to call in. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. All right. Herbert Ledbetter. If the real Herbert Ledbetter is out there, please call in. Mermaid, if, I got a brief call from Mermaid, who I declared dead earlier, but apparently I was wrong. But then she immediately hung up on me. This is madness. Don't call in. Oh, boy.
Call from.
This is Mermaid.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Mermaid, you are on the CronaCast, aka Mermaid, I thought I callously declared you deceased earlier in the broadcast, but it seems I was incorrect.
Well, I thought maybe I was, but I woke up. I'm kind of just in the dark here.
You're in the dark? What exactly does that mean? Did you wake up in a hospital? I
went to sleep in a hospital, and I woke up in the dark. Don't really know where I am. I've been waiting on my test results.
It's just dark out there? It's just dark? Is there any source of light?
Dark and cold.
Mermaid.
No light.
No light. Any sounds? Any sort of stimulus at all?
I just licked my finger and put it up in the air, and I seem to not have any fingers, actually.
Mermaid, if you look down, if you try to, if you look down at your body, as is, this is sort of a normal motion like this. If you look down at your body, do you see your body?
I'm seeing a vast expanse of space.
A black abyss?
A black abyss.
Okay, Mermaid, I don't know how this is possible. I mean, to be frank, you are calling into the show with phone technology that exists, but I happen to believe that you are dead and that you are calling from beyond. Do you think that could be a possibility?
Fuck. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, Mermaid. Can you remember your life? If you just try to remember all the great bad things about your life, can you remember any of it?
Yeah. Well, I can kind of get into the few last moments of the what I remember. Basically, I started feeling a tightness in my chest, and I went into diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a fancy way of saying that my diabetes was fucking me over, and I ended up in the hospital. And they had me quarantined.
Mermaid, I want to ask you this because you might be the right person to ask. I was trying to do a custom corona test earlier. I was taking different tests from online. I learned that pH strips could be effective, but I couldn't find pH strips at CVS, so instead I found these ketone ketone strips, test strips, and they say ideal for people with diabetes. Do you know what these are?
Yeah, we call them ketone strips.
Ketone strips.
You
I've
have
got
to
one.
piss
I've got
on
one
'em.
incubating right here. I was flossing with it earlier. I put it in my earwax and in my nostrils. I'm trying to test for corona.
No, you've got to piss on it.
You know, I was confused by that because it says for in vitro diagnostic use only, but I feel like that's playing it coy. It didn't really tell me what that means. What's
Have you ever
in
heard
vitro?
of sounding? You ever heard of sounding?
No.
You know, well, you know, you can probably Google that.
All right, well, Mermaid, I mean, geez, you could tell me what it is, too. I mean, you're on the line. Geez. Mermaid, you don't sound too good. I mean, hey, good luck with whatever's going on out there. I mean, hey, I don't want to claim that I understand your plight. You know, this is just, I'm getting a call from, it seems like the beyond, the nether world. Can you describe, you see any sort of...
I wanted to reach out.
You're doing it. You're online. You're live to an audience of hundreds of people, I believe. What? Do you have any unfinished business you'd like to just quickly resolve?
Yeah, my brother owes me $50.
All right. Thank you, Mermaid. Mermaid's brother, take care of that. That was not Herbert Ledbetter. I'm sorry, I had that graphic up the entire time. Mermaid's brother, send her that $50. Like when we talked to Ephraim, you gotta solve these problems even after they died. Okay? She's dead. She's owed $50. If you don't pay her to her corpse or her estate, she's gonna stay in that black abyss. Okay? We want Mermaid to go to heaven. Mermaid's brother, pay her the money. Pay up. Pay up, baby. Okay, Jesus Christ, I've taken so many calls. I'm going to take a quick break. Quick break. I'm behind. I'm taking a quick break. Be right back. Right after this.
Hey, paisanos! It's Gino Talatali here, owner, founder, and CEO. Hold on, you son of a bitch, I'm doing an ad read. You son of a bitch, I'm turning on Do Not Disturb. You son of a bitch, I'm trying to read an ad here. Jesus Christ. Hey, paisanos, Gene Talatelli here, owner, founder, and CEO of Gina's Pizza here to let you all know of our new special going on while supplies last, and I mean really last. Now, I know we're all cooped up in our homes, hoping, praying for our society to continue on, worrying for our family who are still employed. But don't worry! For every Gino's QT pizza you order at the amazing price of $18.99 for a medium, $3 extra per topping, you give one more Gino's Pizza personnel a day off during these trying times. The Gino's QT pizza comes with goodies too. Free drinks on order, and while supplies last, you can get a roll of toilet paper for an additional $20. Large orders even get a discount at $15.99. The Gino's QT pizza is a double cheese, extra sauce, extravaganza, meant to seal in all them nasty germs away from the beautiful flavors of Nana's extra special pizza sauce. Remember, paisanos, a pie today leaves for tasty tomorrow. It's a certain time, actually. It's the motherfucking zine giveaway time. Oh! It's like that. This is my new move. It's called the 4-horse team. Yeah. Anybody can do it. All right, who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Here it comes. It's gonna be John P. Oops. Ben. Oops. John P., you're gonna get this. I did a couple mistakes on that. Who's next? This person. It says, you can call me Billy James. Billy James, you're gonna get this. Billy James, you're gonna get this. All right, Billy James, John P. You're gonna get this. You're gonna get this. You're gonna get this. It's getting late. It's getting late here. Okay.
Okay. People, don't call in. Don't call in. There's going to be one more call-in section a little bit later. I'm going to extend the stream by like 10 minutes. Do a few more call-ins, but I got to finish these last segments here. We got to wrap this thing up, all right? This is a 4-hour stream, and I am almost out. Shout out to my brother-in-law, Chris. Gave me this big old bottle for free. It's good. It's good. It's dry. It's dry as a desert. It sucks like a vacuum. Okay. So, you gonna get this. You got this. It's coming. Next here, we got a little bit here. This is I don't know how to introduce this. This is something. This is something that you're going to listen to, and while you listen to it, I am going to go to the bathroom. Enjoy.
All right, let's go over this again, Andy.
I've told you everything at least 10 times already.
There are just a few details we need to iron out, Mr. Henkin. After this, I promise you'll be on your way.
All right, can you state your full name and date of birth?
Andy Henkin, July 18th, 1993.
And Mr. Henkin, what is your profession?
I was a waiter at a restaurant until I was laid off 3 days ago.
For the record, what day was that?
March 16th.
Thank you. Now, where were you on March 18th, 2020 at 1:17 p.m.?
I was walking in the park with my girlfriend.
Nice day outside?
Yeah,
Were you walking next to her, in front of her, behind her?
behind her.
How far behind?
6 feet.
5.5! We have testimony from a park ranger and footage from a camera. Just admit it, Henkin.
I swear it was 6 feet.
God damn it, Birnbaum, I really want to throw the book at this guy. What's the name of your girlfriend?
Jean Alvarez.
Where'd she go to school?
Drexel University.
And how far away from her were you standing?
6 feet.
Aha, I didn't specify which school. I meant high school. Now we got you on perjury. Birnbaum, book him.
We already booked him. That's why he's here.
God damn it!
Also, that's not perjury. He's not under oath.
All right, we're just gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way. Do you understand how much trouble you're in, Henkin? Violating shelter-in-place orders issued at the city, state, and federal level? You're looking at 10 years behind bars, minimum. Now, me and Birnbaum can bring that down to 3 if you just confess.
I didn't violate the orders, and even if I had, it wouldn't have hurt anyone.
And why do you say that?
Because I'm not sick.
Oh, really? And you're certain of this?
Yes.
No scratchy throat, no sniffles. You know, the symptoms could be mild.
Nope, nothing.
All right, buddy, you want to make a bet? I bet you have it. And if I'm wrong, you get to go home right now with a cool $50 in your pocket. But if I'm right, you confess. How does that sound?
Yeah, fine. I'm game.
All right. Hey, boys, let's get this guy a COVID test.
Yukovsky, we can't do that. We never got any tests.
Fuck! Well, fine, buddy, but the bet's still on. If you're so clean, why don't you spit in my mouth?
Quit it! You're getting reckless.
No, I'm serious. If you're COVID-free, you shouldn't mind hocking a loogie in my day-old Danish hole and assaulting a federal officer, you degenerate fuck. Do it!
I don't want to do it.
Oh, I get it. You're a concerned citizen. You just want everyone to be safe. Then why don't you flatten my balls? Flatten my balls like you flatten the curve. Show me you give a shit, you human pair of yoga pants.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yukovsky, you need to cool down.
Jesus Christ.
All right, I'm going to take a breather. Birnbaum, you got this?
Yeah. I'm sorry he gets riled up like that. The virus has had him on edge for days now. Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm okay.
All right. Well, that's all the questions we have for you. We won't be pressing any charges due to lack of evidence. You're free to go.
Wait, really?
Yep. I'm sorry again about Yukovsky.
I hope you're not too shaken.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm okay.
You know, I think the thing that makes humans different from animals is when our house is burning down, we don't just save ourselves, we save each other. Love thy neighbor. And we can't love if we can't trust. I don't know, personal philosophy, I guess.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Awesome. No hard feelings?
No hard feelings.
You want to hug it out?
Sure, bring it in.
I got contact. Get on the ground.
Let me see those hands, you piece of shit.
Let me
You
see your fucking
degenerate
hand.
fuck.
And we are back. We are wrapping up the stream tonight. This has been a lot of fun. I've had a great time. I had a much better time when I started drinking. I came in drinking coffee. That's the wrong kind of energy. I needed tipsy energy to make this work. But I'm right at the end, I'm at the point where I'm going to start being sloppy. So this is a good point to wrap it up. Before we wrap it up, we got a few things we want to do. First things first, I got to get my Corona test results. So let us see. Okay. I've got the written portion here. I've got the practical portion there. Let me just check the... I just gotta check the answer key and see where I stack up. Okay. Good news. For all intents and purposes, I have passed the practical portion of the exam. The ketone strip that I have here has yielded no results, which is a negative for coronavirus. So I'm very pleased with that. Now for the written portion. That's wrong. That's wrong. Okay. Bad news. I have failed the written portion. I have failed the written portion of the exam. I've gotten a 0 on the written portion. Unfortunately, 0, 100%, that averages out to 50%. And that indeed means that I am infected with the virus. I have it. I have it. I have COVID. I have Corona. I failed. I wanted to study, but the questions were not made available. Okay, I do have it. I do have the disease. I believe this is one of our experts.
Call from
The real Herbert Ledbetter.
to accept, press 1.
Herbert, it is so good to hear from you.
Oh, it's good to hear from a person.
There was some sort of, I would call it a mix-up if I didn't think it was nefariously motivated. I think someone was trying to steal your identity briefly.
Well, it's not really a surprise to me. There are many people who harass the loneliness communities. That's what you can call it. And we never really know about it because they're not there. So.
So this thing, this sort of thing, potentially happens to you a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't know. I can only assume. But I mean, it's pretty obvious from the advice that he tried to give that this is not a lonely person.
It seemed
he's sort
wrong.
of making it sound like crazy people. Oh, we're gonna build fake things. That's not how a person should be reacting, and that's not how I think our listeners should be reacting in that way. I mean, there are things that you should be doing. You do have to realize that you are alone now. If you're in isolation, your friends aren't going to remember you. No one's really going to remember you. So that's just your reality at this point. Forget the entire universe exists.
Herbert, I have to tell you, I actually just got some very, very upsetting, very dire, very serious news. I took a custom homemade corona test because, as you know, the corona tests are very limited at this stage. And I have tested positive for the virus. So when you're talking about loneliness being your life for the rest of your life, I really... it speaks to me.
Well, the only thing I can say to you is just sort of get used to the lack of human contact. I would immediately start throwing away sort of any sort of visage of a human face. I see one right next to you. I do see you have someone behind you. I say talk to them. But it's not going to make it any better. And it's just not going to be good. I don't really have any. I'm not going to say it's going to be a good experience, a good life.
Well, I mean, how do you handle this? You're a loneliness expert, and I think you're also you're a professional lonely person. Is that right?
Yeah, this has been my life for over. I've been a certified loner. That's what the State Department classifies that as a loner for about over 15 years. Ever since. And this is actually the first contact I've had of any contact I've had with someone for over 5 years. If you could believe it.
That's amazing. 5 years. That's a very, very long time. How do you keep it together? I mean,
I talk, the plants. I'd put one on, but they're a bit shy. I could say, you're going to have to sort of, get used to your own company. Avoid reminding yourself that other people exist. Talk to things around you. Do not talk in the mirror. It'll just remind you of what people look like, and you're not going to like what you look like.
So your advice
just recognize it's not going to get better.
Okay, so your advice with this is to embrace the loneliness. It's not to try to fight it off, but to take it into account, to make sure that you aren't speaking with others. Is that sort of like you don't want to know what you're missing?
That's exactly. I'm already starting to get, because talking to people, it's like a drug. You're going to get withdrawals, but it will pass.
You're getting just talking to me. You're feeling some sort of way.
Yeah, just talking to you. It's sort of bringing back waves of memories. Long locked.
This is your first time talking to a person in 5 years. I mean, you sound very well spoken. You sound normal.
I have practiced. I have nothing but time to practice. But
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Herbert. So you want people to embrace this, to accept loneliness, to shut out sociality. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How has that been working for you personally? How are you feeling? Do you think that life as you are living it is going well?
I'm not saying it's going well. I'm just saying this is just life.
But this is a life that you've chosen sort of specifically for yourself. I mean, you said you've been doing this for 5 years. That's well before any sort of quarantine. What made you? What prompted this?
Well, sort of. When I was in 6th grade, I caught the cold, and I was quarantined for about 3 weeks, and that was it. That was after that, it's nothing. The human mind. I don't know I can't cite the exact paper, but the human mind can only remember a person for about 3 weeks. So once 3 weeks has gone by, everyone that is basically gonna forget about you.
You're just sort of floating in your own isolated world.
Yeah, and as people do this all over the world, there's going to be a mass forgetting. People are not going to remember. Don't expect, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Don't expect anyone to remember you after this ends if it can end. I'm not really. This has had no effect on my life, so I can't really speak to that. But nothing's really going to be the same. Just accept that you're now alone.
Okay, so you're preaching a message of acceptance. Generally, you're accepting the reality of this virus, that it separates us, and that it potentially will make us all live in the way that you're living now, lonely.
Yeah, and I just wanted to get out my my way of life. It's just sort of a final testament, before society, it seems like it's probably going to be.
Well, Herbert, if I could make a suggestion, I think you should write a book. I mean, hey, you're alone all day, every day. Write a book about this stuff and try to sell it. How do you say you're a professional lonely person? How do you make your money exactly?
So my parents were they actually caught my cold and passed away. So
and they were a bit well off.
Well, they had a very high paying life insurance. They were assured that there's no way that they'd ever die of the cold.
I see.
So I paid out triple.
Well, Herbert, do you have any parting advice for those of us who are trying to make sense of this whole situation? I do have to let you go in a moment here, but do you have any parting advice for us?
No, please don't let me. Please don't let me go.
I do have to end the show. Please, Herbert.
No.
It has been good talking to you. You seem like a very sociable guy. Maybe get out there.
Please, no.
It's easy to talk to you. Just get out there, go to a bar or something.
No, I can't.
All right, Herbert. Herbert, I gotta go. I gotta move this on. Please. You're all right. You're all right. You're gonna do fine.
No.
It's all right. Hey, I hate to hang up on a man who's on the verge of weeping, but we got things to do. We got to end this stream. We got to move things along. I almost forgot that I'm dying of coronavirus. I have it. Even. I was gonna end with some calls, but we just got a call. That was a good call. So I think we're gonna end the show. This is good. This was fun. I had a good time. I hope you had a good time. This is just a long hangout, sort of show. There's lots of content in here. Corona content. I didn't want to, Corona has taken over my mind. It's taken over everyone's mind. I didn't want to just start releasing Corona videos en masse because I thought that would just be in poor taste. But do a live show like this. It's fun. It's fun. Unfortunately, I do have the Corona. Unfortunately, we have learned that the Corona has come to us. And so, I feel like it is my duty as a responsible, honorable adult to nip this in the bud. Okay? I don't want to give others my Corona. I couldn't imagine doing such a thing. Someone dying of my carelessness. That would be ridiculous. So instead, I got a fog machine set up here. Great thing about the fog machine is it just vaporizes liquid. So you can put whatever liquid you want in there. I put a lethal liquid. It's going to vaporize that. And I'm going to call it quits. I'm just going to call it quits on the live stream. Just give it 1 second. Trying to think if I have any final thoughts before going to the other side. Snake, you gotta keep your mask on, dude. You're never gonna make it if you don't keep that on. All right. I'm sad. I'm sad that I have to do this. I'm sad that I have to go. This has been fun. I would like to stick around. I'd like to keep taking calls. But all right, this is it.